Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 31, The Second Traitor. Keep your guard up. Dodge, parry and slash. No slacking off, find that opening and destroy it. Rukia watched as Erza barked out her orders from the sidelines. Another night, another hollow hunt, and she had come along to see his progress. Ichigo was something to behold. Less than 2 months ago, he had been an ordinary teenager with a lot of riotsu. Now he was a Shinigami, moving with purpose, dodging under its claws and vicious strikes with ease. Just a moment's hesitation, just being half a second late would get him cut down, struck almost dead. But he didn't miss, didn't hesitate, didn't let himself get hit. His movements were still clumsy and slow compared to an experienced soldier, but better by far than most senior academy students. Erza had taken him, and like a blacksmith with a lump of hot iron had hammered him into a weapon. This very hands-on approach would have been considered most irregular back at the Godai, and there was no doubt that he would have benefited from the theoretical lessons that academy students had. But even so, he was handling a hollow, and a powerful one at that, without breaking a sweat. Weak though she was, Rukia could sense its power throng through the air, thick and malevolent, and was sure that most ranked officers would call in a team to take it down, and even then expect some casualties. Ichigo handled it with ease. Dodging smoothly under another cut, the beast looking like an oversized gorilla let itself be exposed, and Ichigo quickly stabbed into the opening, drawing blood. The hollow cried out, and quickly stabbed forward with its claws, but he was already on his feet, taking 2 short jumps back. What are you waiting for? Erza barked harshly. Finish it. She was a harsh taskmaster. Taking on a monster of this level would be expected of upper-tier officers, and expecting him to do it faster. But he could do it. Just 5 seconds later, he had cut the beast again, and this time his Zanpakuto bit deep into its body, through skin, muscle, and bone. Erza Scarlet asked a lot of him. But not more than he could give her. As the fight went on, Rukia stole a look at Erza. She was entirely focused, giving out orders every now and then, sharply analyzing his movements. He had come an extraordinarily long way in a very short time, and it was mostly to her credit. Rukia couldn't quite understand her. Erza Scarlet, her longtime friend. Erza Scarlet, the concerned mentor. Erza Scarlet, the kindly and caring foster mother. Erza Scarlet, the self-admitted traitor. She had watched her, too, in their time together, and she was not making heads or tails of this. The Godai left no ambiguity with regards to treason. Theirs was a purpose greater than any other, to keep stability between the realms, and to turn your back on this was an evil act. Rukia was part of a noble house, and had never questioned this doctrine. The establishment she served had always, in her mind, represented righteousness. She was not like some others, who were quite drunk on their own sense of superiority, but everyone liked to think that they were justified in what they did, that their side was right, and Rukia had never been any different. The law mattered. What was right mattered. These two things had always, in her mind and that of most Shinigami like her, been directly tied to service of the Godai. So when Erza had been revealed a traitor, she had reacted with shock, then disbelief, then denial, and finally acceptance. She had grown bitter about the subject, infuriated that somebody she cared about could have harbored that kind of wicked intent without her ever knowing it. She had been angry that somebody so important had turned out so wrong. The Godai urged no sympathy for those on the wrong side of the law, no nuances, or shades of gray. You were in the right, or you were not. Erza Scarlet was a vile, evil traitor who had carried falsehood in her heart all along. Then she had become stranded her, and come across her again. She had seen the affection she had for her family, the care she showed for Orium, the same devotion and love that she had shown back when she served the Godai. She did not appear false at all, and while it was possible that it was all an act, it seemed increasingly unlikely. Erza would have to be the most skilled manipulator there ever was, and it just seemed too simple an answer. Too unlikely. Which left her with a problem. Erza was a traitor. Traitors were evil. But Erza was also a good, loving person, every bit as firmly moral as she remembered. The shades of gray ate away at Rukia's beliefs. She was not brainwashed, She could think for herself, and it was obvious to her by now that reality was more complicated. Erza had always done what she thought was right. She still wasn't sure exactly what had caused her to run away, but she suspected doing the right thing had clashed with doing what the Godei had wanted, and, well, doing the right thing anyway sounded exactly like something Erza would do. As she watched Ichigo finally crush the Hollow's skull with a single, decisive forceful blow, she realized there was something she had to admit to herself. She didn't want to turn her in. She would have suspected some form of manipulation, but Erza had not spoken with her often, had respected Rukia's wish to be left alone. All Rukia had seen was how Erza had interacted with everybody else. How, after all this time, she was the same. A good person. Somebody the people around her depended on. So what would happen if Rukia turned her in? She would be hunted down, naturally. No matter how strong, she would be subdued eventually. There would be a thorough investigation. Everybody in her environment would be scrutinized. The second division might decide to simply purge everyone around her, perhaps believing she had been raising her own terrorist cell in her years of exile. Or 12th might steal them away for research, and that she knew was a fate worse than death. Even if they took just Erza. If they took just her, if nobody else was affected, she would leave a huge hole behind her, and it would be Rukia's fault. But, a part of her remarked in her mind, that one part that was almost as loyal as it was eager to please her revered older brother, turning her in was the right thing to do. The law was absolute, order above all else was what had kept the Godei together for so long, and doing what was right was often not easy. Giving in now, out of sympathy, would be choosing weakness over righteousness. Her brother would never have hesitated. She shouldn't either. But then she thought of the look on Orium's face when she saw Erza, of Ichigo, and all the small ways he looked up to his aunt, of the selflessness and devotion to her kin in Erza, and the little voice found itself overwhelmed. Unless something changed, she realized, she would likely not let justice run its course. Here in Karakura, things were safe. It had guardian angels watching over it, none less Tanur, and wasn't that the purpose of Shinigami in the first place? To protect the innocent and the weak from the indiscriminate evil of the Hollow? Inwardly, Rukia groaned. It was bad enough to have lost her powers, but to be trapped in a moral dilemma on top of it was adding insult to injury. The following day, Tatsuki found herself training once more in that cavernous, brightly lit cellar. It had been a couple of days since her little conversation with Yoryuki, and she had cursed herself over it since she hadn't seen the woman since, and she wondered if she ever would. She had got too pushy, and there she was, suddenly having appeared as if out of nowhere at the corner of her eye. She was wearing plain black fatigues, which clung tightly to her form and left her arms free. Stopping mid-kick, Tatsuki nearly overbalanced. After a couple of most undignified seconds, Tatsuki stabilized. She looked at Yoryuki, and blinked. The woman had walked closer, slowly, and while there had been a hint of that normal grin just now, it had vanished from her face. Tatsuki said, if only to break the silence, so. You're talented. Yoryuki said plainly. Very talented, even for a human. Powerful, too. You could come far under me. Oh. Thanks. Tatsuki said confusedly. So does that mean? Do you know the price you pay, though? Yoryuki continued, talking over Tatsuki's lame attempt to retort. Power has a price. It always does. Gaining power makes you a potential target for enemies as strong, or stronger than you. If you became strong, you might one day find that it was all for naught. You'd enter a world you could not come back from, one you can't possibly understand from where you are now. You could train under me, but do you understand the implications? Tatsuki blinked. Then, with some clarity, she said, you know, I'm pretty sure I've gone down the rabbit hole already. I'm not in Kansas anymore, and I haven't been for months. Maybe years, even if I didn't know it. It might not have been me that kicked down the wardrobe door, but I've fallen right into Narnia already. You know what I mean? This weird world. I'm already part of it. Might as well learn to defend myself. Yoryuki nodded, and the seriousness of her face was undercut by the slightest tug at the corner of her lips, that trademark grin not being far away. True enough, true enough. So? Tatsuki said hesitantly. I'll call you sensei from now on. Ugh, no, Yoriyuki said, waving her hand dismissively. That formal crap, I hate it. Works for some people, not for me. I'll teach you, and you'll listen, and if you don't then you won't learn. Simple as that. I'll take it. Tatsuki nodded. So when do we start? Right away. Yoriyuki said, and nodded. There is just one slight problem, though. What? Tatsuki said. She was eager to start, eager to get going. What was the hold-up? You're right, so that's the scale of spiritual power, for your information, Yoriyuki said, in response to the quizzical look on the girl's face, is quite sizable for a human. However, you have yet to achieve any real control over it. Quite normal for a human being, or even most souls, but without it, I can't do more than improve your martial arts skills, which won't really help you against a hollow. So how do I fix that? Tatsuki said impatiently. The easiest thing would be to die, I think, Yoriyuki said casually, and shrugged. A soul separate from the body is always easier to mold. Whoa, hold up there. Let's not get crazy, shall we? Tatsuki said hesitantly. I figured that would be the reaction, yes, Yoriyuki said with a nod. I suppose I could try and goad it out of you, but that could take years, and it's really boring basic stuff that I don't have a lot of patience for. I'm an intuitive learner, not good at explaining technical stuff. Huh. Tatsuki mumbled, feeling a little defeated. So Well. The voice came from behind a rock, and the shopkeeper sauntered out, lazily spinning his cane as he went. He seemed to have come out of nowhere, and Tatsuki was a bit taken aback. It seems like you are in quite the predicament, he said cheerily. All ready to begin your epic journey of teenage heroism, fully prepared to train, slay the evil overlord, get the girl, all that heroic stuff, and here you are, held back by cruel chance. Please don't pretend like you didn't hide behind that rock just so you could make an entrance when it suited you. Yoriyuki said flatly. For a scientist, you're kind of a drama queen. Never mind the plebe, Arisawa, Urahara said, his cheer undeterred. She is a set and bitter individual with no appreciation for dramatic timing. Yoriyuki shot him an unamused look, but Urahara ignored her. From behind his back, he pulled something out, a rod or a staff of some kind. It looked like polished wood, with black studs at each end, and it was just slightly longer than she was tall. Aside from looking well made, it seemed quite ordinary. Is that my magic wand? Tatsuki commented. Do I get a magical girl transformation, too? You are a young woman to my liking, Arisawa, Urahara said, smiling amusedly as he twirled the staff around. This is no wand, of course, but it's not too different. Touch it. He held the staff out, and Tatsuki gave him a look. You want me to touch your staff? There's a joke in there somewhere. I'm sure I have no idea what you mean. Urahara said innocently. Go ahead. Take it. Hesitantly, Tatsuki reached out, and firmly gripped the staff. Urahara let go, and for a second Tatsuki held it, feeling perfectly normal. Then it hit her. A rush, a surge of indescribable, raw power coursing through her. Tatsuki felt as if she was about to explode, as if her body was about to tear itself to pieces. Shocked, she let the weapon go, and stumbled backward, falling flat on her ass. What the hell was that? She burst out. Are you trying to kill me, you perverted bastard? Kisuke is many things, but he's not a killer. Not for pleasure, at least, Yoriyuki reassured her. I'll leave the explaining to him, though. Very kind of you, Kisuke said, with the pleased smile of somebody who knew more than you, and was about to tell you just how much more. What you just felt wasn't the weapon itself. It was power, yes, but it was your power, fully unleashed and for you to use. The staff is a weapon, but more importantly, it is a conduit. It channels what you already have. Think of it as a bottle opener for a soda bottle. That was me. Tatsuki burst out, getting to her feet. What the hell? I'll keep it simple. Ish. Urahara said, spreading his hands out. Your closest point of comparison is Ichigo, of course. He is exceptional. As he is right now, trained, your power is at approximately 40% of his. A conservative estimate, of course my data isn't exact yet. Tatsuki eyed the staff, lying on the ground, looking innocent. Well, great. I'm not even half as strong. TSSK, Urahara said. Power is not the same as strength, Arisawa. I cannot be sure just how strong you will be, but once you learn to control your own power, that gap will start to close. Strength is power plus control and discipline. It is my opinion as a scientist that your grasp of the latter two surpasses his. So, using this, I can become strong enough. Yuryuki said. A bit of warning would have been nice, Kisuke. Oh, lighten up, Urahara said dismissively. Why? Tatsuki demanded suspiciously. Why go to all this trouble for me? The shopkeeper shrugged. I'd like to say, out of the kindness of my heart, but people do not seem to believe me when I say that. Now there's an understatement, Yuryuki said with a snicker, and it struck Tatsuki how they both grinned the same way. I won't lie to you, Urahara said. This thing is a weapon and a scientific instrument. It will measure everything about you. Your heart rate, your hormonal levels, your blood pressure, your spiritual energy and its fluctuations. It can't read your mind, but it can read just about everything else. Figured there was a catch. Tatsuki said sullenly. It's no big catch. You are a rare specimen, Arisawa. Your power is strong, grown and cultivated by spillage from young Mr. Kurosaki, which is something with genuine scientific merit in itself. It's a simple deal. You will be my test subject, with no more participation or testing needed than to use that weapon, and in return you will gain the power you desire. With time, you might not even need this weapon, as you learn to harness it on your own. Right. Tatsuki said. She extended a hand to pick up the staff, but hesitated. I have been honest with you. Urahara added. Something for something. That is the oldest, most reliable form of human exchange. Honest as far as I know, Tatsuki murmured. Yuryuki. He's not lying, Yuryuki said, and shrugged. Not as far as I can tell. Not that I'm telling you to trust him, but it should be fine. Well, here goes nothing then. Tatsuki murmured, and once again grabbed the staff. She had time to stand herself upright and plant one end of the staff in the ground before the surge came once more. It was raw power, coursing through her entire being. This time she was prepared for the sensation, and took the time to feel it. It was tickly, itchy, running through her like ants under her skin. The first time had been much more overwhelming, unexpected, but now that she was ready. It was strange. Really, really strange. This was what her actual soul felt like. It felt both good and bad at the same time, good because it was a raw, strong feeling, one that made her feel like she could move mountains, bad because it made her a little nauseous. This is, she said, her voice trembling a little. She was almost at a loss for words. The sensation was unique, unlike anything she had ever felt before. With something resembling shock, she realized she was glowing, little particles running around her, like small imperfections running across your vision, only in their thousands. I imagine it would be quite a shock for a human, Yuryuki said knowledgeably. Most souls grow into this sort of power with time. Tatsuki said, nodding. Here, try it out, Urahara said cheerily, pointing at a rock. It was large, nearly as tall as Tatsuki, and probably weighed several tons. Hit it. Holding the staff firmly in both hands, Tatsuki took a few steps forward, and then let out a cry as she thrust the weapon forward. To her disappointment, nothing seemed to happen. She had expected it to split in two, or maybe even shatter, but nothing came. Power, it seemed, had its limits. Well, that was underwhelming. She murmured. 40%, was it? Arisawa, please, Urahara said. Look closer. Just yesterday, if you had punched a rock like that, what would you think the odds would have been of even denting it? 1,000,000 to 1, surely. Now, look closer. Tatsuki inspected the rock more closely. A small crack had formed, running down the entire rock. It had not split in two, but it had cracked just a little, just from her strike. You'd need a jackhammer to do that kind of damage. Tatsuki said, no longer feeling underwhelmed. Now imagine what you'll do when you've refined it. Urahara said cheerily. To that end, I leave you in Yuki's capable hands. Have fun. Hey, wait. Tatsuki said, but the shopkeeper had already turned around, readily walking off. He waved at her almost indifferently, cheerily spinning his cane with his other hand. Well, that solves that, doesn't it? Yuki said. Are you ready to learn the real thing, then? Tatsuki nodded affirmatively. Yes, sends Yuki. Yuki smirked, and nodded. Quick learner. I like it. Just one thing, this tool won't be a permanent thing. Eventually you'll have to learn it yourself. Eventually you'll die, like everyone else, and then you'll have to find a new way to channel your power like a Shinigami. But until then... Tatsuki quickly thrust forward with her staff, and Yuki nimbly took a step back, easily dodging it. Until then, I learn what I can. Tatsuki said firmly. Good girl. Yuki said, and cracked her knuckles. It was after school, and Rukia had taken refuge in Erza's apartment, along with Orium. The setting did little to ease her doubts and inner conflict, but Orium herself did. Something about that girl was uplifting. Her sincere cheer, honesty, and optimism reminded Rukia of something old, of a childhood almost forgotten. At this particular moment she was especially bubbly, excitably demonstrating her new powers. She had not gotten a good look at it the other day, but here, with no hollow to distort things, Orium was free to demonstrate. The two of them were sat down on the floor opposite of each other. Spirituality was a curious thing. Shinigami knew more of it than most, but it was a vast and strange field, filled with things you would never expect or guess. Orium's ability, Rukia thought, was unlike anything she had ever seen before. Around Orium, 6 bright, golden lights were spinning. Quickly, almost enough to leave a trail behind them. Rukia looked closely, almost fascinated. They are the Shunshunrika. Orium exclaimed proudly. She was sat on the floor cross-legged, looking at the lights with adoring cheer. What does it do? Rukia asked. It seemed quite powerful the other day. Now you offended them. Orium said. It's all right, you guys. She doesn't know any better. Rukia blinked. It's not an it, it's a they, Orium explained. They are people. 6 of them. Introduce yourselves, why don't you? The 6 lights abruptly stopped buzzing about, levitating in front of Orium, and Rukia could make out their shapes, little humanoid sprites, no taller than the height of her hand, each one looking different from the next. Ayam. One cried, a female with a large, elaborate dress. Beggin. The next asserted, and he would have looked rather rough and tough with his broad shoulders and half-masked face if he hadn't been so tiny. Hinajiku. Another sprite exclaimed, a lean, lanky-looking thing in purple. He was male, and had an eye patch. Lily. Said the next sprite, a female in yellow, transparent glasses, what looked like a blue bathing suit, and bright pink hair. Shuno. Said the next sprite, blonde and with its hair in a top knot, and Rukia could not quite make out if it was male or female. Tsubaki. Said the last sprite, his face masked by a white scarf, and wearing all black. I see. Nice to meet you all. Rukia said, a bit taken aback. Isn't it wonderful? Orium said happily. They can do all sorts of things. Just this morning, they helped me heal a little birdie with a broken wing, and Tsubaki chased off the cat that did it. So, they can do all sorts of things, huh? Rukia said. A scientist, she knew, would be absolutely thrilled. New knowledge always did that. She herself was just curious. Orium nodded. It was all so weird after that time in the library, but that night, they started speaking to me. They came from me. They are my power, they say. And when they're not out like this, they're resting in my ear pins. The sprites gave Rukia a suspicious look, and went back to levitating around Orium. I'm only just getting the hang of it, really, Orium said, and stood up, but I'm pretty sure I can be useful now. I can use it to protect, to heal, and to fight, even. I just get up and say, I reject, and they listen. It's like no, not like, I've totally become a real-life magical girl. There was a glimmer in Orium's eyes as she dramatically began punching the air, no doubt imagining some scenario involving robots, justice, and magic. Well, that's great, Rukia said, and stood up along Orium. I'm sure I'll find some way of magically transforming my clothes, too, Orium said. She was elated, Rukia could tell, definitely living one of her fantasies to its fullest. I've already started practicing twirling around. Rukia giggled. I'm sure the Hollows will be glad to wait for you to finish twirling. Well, otherwise they are just rude, Orium huffed. I can't wait to show this to Erza. I'm sure she will be thrilled, Rukia said diplomatically. She had not spent much time with Erza, but she was at least aware of how she felt about Orium being in the line of fire. Here, look what else it does. Orium said excitedly. She held out her hand, and the sprites followed her will, and all melded into a golden light. It enveloped her arm and flowed outward, and within seconds it had taken the shape of a short staff. You could partly see through it, and it didn't look like solid matter, more like light having been given form. The staff itself was some 4 or 5 feet long, its top adorned with 6 pairs of wings, each pair pointing in a different direction. Light radiated from it, shining brightly, almost hard to look directly at. Come on, attack me, Orium said excitedly. What? Attack me, I'll show you what it can do. It's like, 64% safe, I promise. Looking at the big grin on Orium's face, Rukia sighed, and decided to oblige her. How dangerous could it be? She made a fist, raised it, and came at Orium gently, just in case. She needn't have bothered. Shitanko-shun, I reject. Orium said firmly. A triangular shield formed, and Rukia's hand connected with what felt like a sheet of steel. Surprised by the strength of the shield, and its sudden appearance, she overbalanced and fell backwards. She let out a startled yelp. Oh Rukia, are you all right? Orium exclaimed, and hurried to her friend's side. The light dispersed, and the staff seemed to disappear. Yes, Rukia said, shaking her sore hand a little. I'm fine. As Orium let out a flow of apologies, Rukia sighed a little inwardly. She really should know better than to even think things like, how bad could it be? The next day, Rukia was sat deep in thought on a rock in the basement, watching Ichigo train. The young lad was putting his back into it, sparring with his aunt to the best of his abilities. His Ryotsu was pulsing heavily, and sweat was dripping down his face. He was the spit-an image of Shibukayan, and it twisted her heart like a knife to watch him so alike, so equally honest, forthright, stupid, strong, and brusquely charismatic when he wasn't scowling at the world. Rukia could put 2 and 2 together. Ichigo's appearance was no accident. His father was undoubtedly not just any Shinigami, but the long-thought-dead Shiba Ishine, once a captain himself. It explained quite a lot. A Shinigami father and a Quincy mother, he had won the genetic lottery, born into raw power and immense potential. Under Erza, he had quickly bloomed, despite his form being so crude, raw and inexperienced. She would take all of that away. If she did the right thing, the hard thing, and told on Erza, there was no way the Godei would leave him alone, or anybody in his family. Ishine would be tried as a traitor. His family would be lucky if they were just exterminated. The Godei did not believe in mercy toward potential threats. She balled her fists angrily. Why? Why did it have to be so hard? Why did the right thing have to be so wrong? Why? She had signed up to fight Hollows and guide lost souls, to serve a cause greater than herself. Not to ruin lives. If it were found out that she had kept this from her superiors, she too would be tried as a traitor. But through her anger and frustration, she already knew. She couldn't do it. Godei be damned, right be damned, House Kukaki be damned, she couldn't do it. Just thinking about Ichigo, so much like Kayan, just thinking about Yuzu and Karen, and their loving parents, and Erza, imagining what she would do to them, she knew she would die of shame if she turned them in. Rukia was not drastic, overly dramatic, or emotional, she had always considered herself practical and down to earth, but it was no exaggeration, she knew, to think she would rather be dead than cause this to happen. It was a startling realization. In her heart, in this very moment, she was as much a traitor as Erza. The goatee might never learn, but she would always know. As Ichigo finished up, breathing heavily, Rukia hopped down from her rock, and walked up to him, nearly running. "Quite the workout, isn't it?" she said, trying to sound casual and, she knew, probably failing. Ichigo said, nodding and drawing a few deep breaths, before firmly planting the point of his sword in the dirt. "What's up, Rukia?" "Damn. Nothing, nothing at all," Rukia said cheerily. She was a good actor, she knew, but she wondered if he couldn't see right through it. "I'm just a little curious, that's all." "If you're curious, ask," Ichigo said bluntly. "She really works you hard, doesn't she?" "Ain't that the truth?" Ichigo grumbled. "You'd think she'd slow down a little now that I've got a handle on things, but no." "What do you think of her?" "As a teacher, I mean," Rukia said carefully. "Sweat, blood, and tears aside," Ichigo grumbled. "She pushes me as far as I can go. She's probably not the most pedagogical teacher there ever was, but she makes me strong. She hurts me 'cause she loves me. Sounds fucked up when I say it, but it's the truth. It's painful and I sometimes hate it, but it's necessary. It's a jungle out there, and if I'm not strong enough, it'll eat me or the people close to me. If it makes my family safe, I won't complain." Rukia looked at him. Something twisted inside her. It was like looking right into a younger Kion, now more than ever. So bluntly honest and kind. "You all right?" Ichigo said. "Oh," Rukia said, and blinked. "Yes, I'm fine. It makes sense. What you said?" "Right," Ichigo said. He shot her a small grin, and lowering his voice a little, as if uttering some hush-hush thing about something he wouldn't want his mother overhearing, he said, "Between you and me, I don't always like the training, but the power? I like that a lot. Makes me feel like I'm king of the world. Not that I'm looking to turn into some big dick macho samurai Rambo, but that's a perk I can live with." Rukia smiled. "There is nothing wrong with appreciating your own strength. Just don't dash. Don't let it turn into vanity, or you will defeat yourself and reap the consequences," Ichigo said, rolling his eyes, his voice mockingly taking on the formal, harsh tone of his mentor. "I got that covered. She'd beat me senseless if I let it get to my head, so I got that covered. She's been good for you, hasn't she?" Rukia said, her voice a little strained. "Your entire family." Ichigo gave her a scrutinizing look. "Look, I don't know what this is, between her and you, but you wanna know about Erza? You may have known her longer than I did, for all I know, but the Erza I know? She blew my nose when I was 5 years old, looked after me when mom and dad was away, put band-aids on when I scrubbed a knee or an elbow, read me stories, hell, it's like having a second mom. Yeah. She was good for us. Never did anything that wasn't looking out for us." Rukia sighed. "What must you think of me, accusing your aunt like that?" "What's between you and her is between you and her," Ichigo said. "You seemed to hate her back then, but she didn't seem to hate you back, and I don't know exactly what happened, but it's none of my business." He gave her a look, frowning slightly. "You're a skin now. People who made their mind up don't usually ask question. So now I'm asking, do you still have a problem with her?" "I have doubts," Rukia said tentatively. "She is a self-admitted traitor to our cause, a cosmically important cause. But I can't for the life of me disbelieve what you've told me about her. It's funny how things ain't clear-cut," Ichigo said. "Must be like being a teenager all over again, won't it?" "Something like that," Rukia admitted, with a small smile on her face. "All I know is, she cares. She kept this whole business from me, but that one was on mom. And there I was, telling your beloved aunt what a horrible traitor she was." Rukia mumbled. "I should have known better." "You know," Ichigo mumbled, somewhat awkwardly, "you know you saved our lives, right? Like, Tatsuki, Orium and me, we're actually here, and not dead and eaten, because you were at the right place at the right time. You almost died fighting. I mean, that counts for something. You know that, right? Feeling somewhat awkward, Rukia shifted. I was just doing my duty. There was nothing special about that. It was still brave, and it still means, everything. Ichigo said. So don't worry. You're still cool in my book. I take it cool is a mark of significant status. Rukia said with a coy smile, taking the opportunity to deflate the tension with a smart remark. Biggest one there is, if you're 15. Ichigo said with a grin. His face went serious after a few seconds. Look, at the end of the day, we owe you our lives. I don't know what'll happen when you get your powers back, but maybe one day, I'll have to repay that favor. If I have to, I will. No need to get so serious, Rukia said. I'm sure everything will be fine. Sure, Ichigo said, and nodded. I'm just saying, if push comes to shove, you can always count on me. Even if I'm probably going to be busy getting my skull caved in by my auntie's fist. Thanks. Rukia said simply. Her face held a warm smile, but on the inside, she felt something bittersweet well up. He was every bit the honorable Shiba placed in a modern society though he would fit right into that house. The first day of training had been exactly what Tatsuki had expected it to be: painful, frustrating, exhausting, and exciting. Every time she touched her new weapon, her power surged, and she could fight, although if she let go of it for more than 2 minutes, it would vanish, slip out of her grasp. Yuriyuki had already, as her first order of business, begun teaching her how to handle a staff, how to make it a natural part of her martial art. She was covered in bruises, little scrubs, and she ached down to her very bones. But at the same time, she felt strong. Powerful. Spirit power was amazing, there was no other way to put it. She was literally superhuman when she used it. She had found herself moving faster than her mind could even register, leading to more than a few embarrassing tumbles. She had thrown punches she knew you shouldn't be able to throw, unless you were some kind of 7-foot-tall Icelandic modern-day Viking strongman, quite likely with Thor in your name and arms the size of tree trunks. Her own slender, lean arms now moved with strength that would baffle athletes. Which was why, despite the aches and pains, she was inspired, eager zealously so to continue. What was a little pain compared to this? Compared to real strength? Yuriyuki, for her part, was still unfazed. Not one of Tatsuki's punches or kicks, on the rare occasion that they landed, seemed to do any damage at all. Spirit power, she had explained, was a battle of numbers. It was your power versus theirs, and if theirs was a lot bigger than yours, then your own attacks would be proportionally weakened. With how Yuriyuki seemed so unaffected, Tatsuki had to wonder just how strong she was. They had trained in the basement, some ways from where Ichigo trained. Finally, Yuriyuki had called it a day, insisting that Tatsuki had to ease herself into this. Tatsuki protested at first, but gave in soon enough. She didn't want to get pushy with her new not-sensei. There was one thing, though. As she walked back, she saw Ichigo, coming back from a break. Staff in hand, she quickly approached him. Tatsuki, he said, giving her a surprised look. You're different. Stronger. Tatsuki said with a grin. That perverted shopkeeper found a way. She firmly put her staff into the ground, so as to mark its importance. That's great, I guess. Ichigo said. What's going on here? Found a teacher, and found me some power. Tatsuki said confidently. Or not found, I guess, it's all my own, it's just that I can't normally use it. Well, good. Ichigo said. It's always good to be able to defend yourself. I'll catch up. Tatsuki said firmly. In a swift movement, Tatsuki thrust her staff forward, aimed at Ichigo's face. As she had expected, he reacted in time, pulling back. To you, dummy, she said, not unkindly. You may be freakishly strong, but one day I'll be, too. Is this where we get some sort of dumb emo ninja rivalry, and one of us eventually runs off to train under an evil terrorist to avenge something? Ichigo said, his voice in between sarcastic and befuddled. Tatsuki snorted. Try me. What? I said, try me, she insisted. Fight me. See where I am now. Are you serious? Ichigo said. Seriously, that wouldn't go well for you. I don't want to hurt you. He was right, and she knew it, but something inside her completely ignored rationality when she had I don't want to hurt you. I'm serious. She insisted. Spar with me. Just a quick one. Ichigo sighed. Well, fine, I guess. But I'm not using my sword. Tatsuki considered protesting, but decided against it. She would likely lose anyway. The two of them took their stances, and Tatsuki, deciding not to wait what would be the point of that, lunged forward, using her staff to launch herself into a flying kick. It hit, a solid, strong double foot kick right into Ichigo's throat. It was frustrating, then, when she felt like she had hit a brick wall, and Ichigo just stood there, barely even flinching. Do not stand around like some idiot. Tatsuki growled. I hate that. It's condescending dash. In a blur of a movement, Ichigo showed his respect. His fist lunged forward, and Tatsuki reacted faster than her mind could process, just barely bending back to let the blow pass over her. Quickly she somersaulted backward. Ichigo went on, fast and furious, and Tatsuki rather felt like she was trying to fight a landslide. He threw one punch after another, and the odd kick. Her excellent reflexes let her keep up, just barely, but eventually in reality, no more than 20 seconds later he hit. She had collided with a car once, when she was a few years younger, and the tremendous impact of it, despite the vehicle's slow speed, had stayed with her in memory. Now, taking one of Ichigo's punches to the gut, the memory floated back to the forefront of her head, from the murky depths of her mind. Tatsuki let out a gasp, fighting to breathe. Saliva dripped from her mouth, as she staggered back, clutching at her gut with one hand, trying to keep her balance. Done yet? Ichigo said patiently. In a real fight, it'd have been over, but then again, that was what training was for. Hammer out the mistakes. Again. Tatsuki croaked. As strong and fast as he was, she could read him just a little. She knew him, knew how she moved. He came in again, and Tatsuki tried to deflect the first incoming blow. Strong, forceful, it came in, and as it slid past her, caught by her arm, she felt like she'd break a bone, but she deflected nonetheless, and quickly jabbed him in the throat, the solar plexus, the face. It felt like punching concrete, but she jabbed nonetheless. It seemed to work. Ichigo actually reeled back, looking surprised. Not wanting to give him a second to breathe, she launched forward, using her staff to strike at him, one piercing thrust after another. Now on the defense, Ichigo took a step back, and Tatsuki felt a victorious surge of pride rise in her chest. Could she actually win? Could she even? Then he disappeared, as if having vanished magically. Not a second later he stood behind her, firmly grabbing her right wrist. Little Shinigami trick. He explained. Shunpo, they call it. I'm really basic with it, Erza says, but basic's good enough. That's cheating. Tatsuki said, furiously trying to wrench free her hand, but Ichigo's grip was firm. You think a hollow's gonna care about fair play? Ichigo said with a laugh. Tatsuki grunted angrily, knowing he was right, yet still unwilling to admit it. Knock it off already. Ichigo said. Let it go. You tried, and you failed, because I'm like 2 months ahead of you in training, and way stronger. There's no shame in being weaker than somebody else, all right? We're not all born equal, not in that way. With an irritable look on her face, Tatsuki stopped struggling. Well, what else had she expected? You cool? Ichigo said. Yeah, she grunted. Relaxing his grip, he let go of her. Immediately, Tatsuki spun around, slamming a fist into his chest. It did as little as she expected, and Ichigo didn't even react. Feel better? Friggin' stupid or bluggerable? Tatsuki grunted, her speech turning into an incomprehensible grumble. Look, I gotta run, he said. And to beat the snot out of me some more, and all that. Keep at it, though. You'll do great. Unceremoniously he turned his back on her, and walked away. Was that everything you expected? Came the amused voice of Yoriyuki, standing a few yards away, apparently having watched the whole thing. Just about, Tatsuki said irritably. You know. Yoriyuki said, a bit of rivalry isn't bad. It gives you a goal. Something to live up to. Not that I would know too much about that, since I've always been the best at what I do. She said it entirely unironically, Tatsuki realized, and she was inclined to believe it wasn't sarcasm, but it seems right. But, don't let it be everything you fight for. Don't let it consume you. Like he said, it's okay to be weaker. There's always somebody stronger out there. You're only just starting out. Yeah, Tatsuki muttered, still a little too peeved to take in her not-sensei's advice. I'll just go hit the showers, or something. You do that, Yoriyuki said, with barely contained amusement. And Tatsuki? Yeah. Tatsuki said, already having turned toward the basement's ladder. You made him use an advanced Shinigami tactic to pull that win. He's stronger, but not that much stronger. Tatsuki just nodded, but felt just a little uplifted. Some time after Tatsuki had left, Yoriyuki sauntered into Urahara's room. It was a messy place, notes, scribbles and whatever else he used to write down research and ideas strewn everywhere, along with dried-up food leftovers on plates that should have been washed ages ago. It was little more than an extension of his research lab/sleeping place. It was strictly forbidden for anyone to enter at their leisure, including anybody in the shop except her. She had always been the exception to all of his rules. At this time, he was sitting leaned back in his chair, which he had tilted halfway back, standing it on only 2 legs. He was staring into the ceiling, deep in thought. He got like this every so often, his mind racing with too many ideas at once. Then, he'd get a stack of paper, fill them with ideas and data, most of which he'd never use, and then he'd invent something brilliant. Often unnecessary, pointless, or overly complicated, but always brilliant. He was an inventor, always had been. So, she said, standing leaned in the doorway, that certainly was one very dramatic timing. Yoriyuki, he said, the 2 front legs of his chair slamming into the floor as he sat up straight. His tone, at first startled, turned into cheer halfway through the statement. Ah yes, that staff working excellently, isn't it? The question was rhetorical. She knew he was always sure his inventions worked, and usually, he was right. I might have appreciated a little warning. Warning? He said, blinking confusedly. Did I really scare you with that entry? I was in charge of a corps of ninjas, Yoriyuki said dismissively. You cannot hide from me, Urahara Kisuke. Of course I knew you were there. Ah. Of course. So, then what? Yoriyuki sighed. That staff, quite an elaborate weapon, if it doubles as a scientific instrument as you say. Well, of course, Kisuke said, his tone quietly excited. I do not build things halfway. Meaning you had to have started building it quite some time ago. You were sure I'd take her on, weren't you? Oh. Oh. Kisuke said. Oh, that. Well, yes. I've never been an expert on social matters, but, well, it was fairly obvious. A young, plucky, idealistic martial arts practitioner seeks your help in the one field you excel in more than anybody else. We may not be alike in our interests, Yoriyuki, but we share a pride in the excellence we both possess. When that Arisawa girl asked you, you remembered, did you not, how it felt to be the best at something, and passing it on? Did you not? I suppose, Yoriyuki said, furrowing her brows. I don't see why you couldn't have told me. I'm making an instrument for that human girl, in case you decide to teach her everything you know, or something like that. What, and affect the process? Kisuke said dismissively. That had to be your choice. Not that it wasn't obvious. You are really annoying sometimes, you know that. Yoriyuki said, feeling less than amused. If I'm that predictable. Yoriyuki, he said, his tone turning serious. You've always been my friend. My only friend. The only one who actually understood me. I know you. That's not strange. He looked her in the eye, uncharacteristically serious. You always cared, ever since we were young. Even though I was a commoner, taken in as a patron, and you were a princess, you still treated me as an equal. You left a whole life behind to save my own, and you did so without hesitation. You lost much on my account. What, bureaucracy and a noble clan making demands of me at every turn? Yuryuki said dismissively, doing her best to seem flippant. I didn't lose that much, Kisuk. Yes, you did, Kisuk insisted. You act like you don't miss any of it, and I think that's mostly true mostly. But there were things there that you liked, that meant something to you, things you can't go back to. On my account. Look, she started, but Kisuk held up a finger. No, let me finish, before I make a fool of myself, he said. I'm not going all sentimental, but... He was quiet for a moment, as if trying to find the right thing to say. I have many failings. I'm egocentrical, arrogant, and I act aloof. I mock people for the fun of it, even when I shouldn't. I guess, at the end of the day, you put up with that like it's nothing, and... I figured you should have something to make you happy. Even if, it reminded you of something painful. That last part honestly made me iffy. Yuryuki tilted her head, gave him a scrutinizing look. A moment later, she burst into laughter. You're doing something nice for me, by hiding things from me and explaining it when it fits you. Like I said, not a social expert. Kisuk admitted dejectedly. That is so like you, Yuryuki said, her laugh dying out into a giggle. So, you see me interacting with Arisawa, and you hurry off to make a weapon, for me? Mostly, yes, Kisuk admitted. I know you miss her sometimes. I just thought, taking on somebody new could be good for you. Well, another annoying thing about you is that you're usually right. Yuryuki said and shrugged. Communicate though, you big dummy. Ah, but I move at so much of a higher level that mere mortals can hardly comprehend me, Kisuk said with a grin. You watch it, or I'll have to give you what for, you're a hera Kisuk, Yuryuki said with a grin. What and for are utterly subjective and therefore meaningless in rational discussion, Kisuk said, grinning back. So, Yes, I'm not upset, Yuryuki said dismissively. You're right. I miss it sometimes. But I don't regret it, you know that. Sure, he said, nodding. I'll see you around, she said, giving him a grin. I'll be busy teaching that girl, though. Just as planned. Urahara cheered, and Yuryuki laughed as she shut the door behind her. It was night time, and Rukia restlessly waited outside Erza's apartment. She should probably have given this more thought, let it simmer for a week or two, but then again, she could be called back to the Soul Society at any time, and she plain didn't want to wait. Before too long, although it felt like forever, Erza came toward her apartment, wearing her normal Jigai. She had been training. Rukia knew she trained by herself after Ichigo was done for the day. She was nothing if not diligent. She showed no sign of surprise at Rukia's presence, and calmly walked up to the apartment door, acknowledging Rukia with a nod, and stepped inside. Rukia, having expected more than that, took a step after her. Hey! She said, in between hesitant and angry. Are you coming in or not? Erza said, casually taking off her shoes, stretching her limbs out a little. She let out a small grunt, and there was something infuriatingly disarming about her. Well, yes. Rukia said. She was ready to fume at her, to lecture and shriek, but didn't want to. It only made things more confusing. I'll make tea. Erza said, heading into her kitchen. Close the door behind you, please. Oh, sure. Rukia said. What had happened there? The growing doubts in her mind had left her so angry, so frustrated, so eager to try and convince herself of what she knew should be right, but here she was, following Erza's polite requests like it was nothing. Awkwardly, she sat down on the couch in the living room, and listened to Erza stirring in the kitchen. Before too long, she came back with 2 cups of steaming, hot tea on a tray. It's a black citrus blend, with a bit of honey, Erza explained, and set the tray down. Great for relaxing after a busy day. Hesitantly, Rukia took a cup, but didn't drink. She shot the traitor a glare, and received a small smile in return. You look like you could use a bit of relaxation. Try it, she said, and as if to demonstrate, took a sip herself. Not sure what else to do, Rukia took a sip. It was actually quite good, she had to admit. Aren't you going to say anything? She said accusingly. Erza looked back at her, with the face of a patient older sister. She had changed, Rukia thought, not in such an obvious way, but she looked older. More restrained, more mature. Was it because of how she had went from being a soldier, to being somebody's family? Well, that didn't matter. Well? She demanded again. It seems like the one with something to say here is you, Rukia, Erza replied, her tone mild. Speak your mind. Well? Rukia said indignantly. You're a traitor. Erza only nodded solemnly in agreement. And you plotted to subvert the Godii from within. It is true. So demmed solemn. So calm, as if at peace with all of her actions when they should be held as detestable, loathsome, each one a great regret. I have to report you. You know that. Rukia said, putting on a hard front, not letting her doubts shine through. You've said that, yes. What will you do, then? Rukia said angrily. What will you do, when they send captains to hunt you, to take your entire family? I will fight and I will die. Erza said simply. Perhaps I can ask Urahara Kisuk to hide the others. But if doom comes my way, I won't run and hide. Just like that. Rukia said incredulously. I have things I want to do in my life. Things I need to do before I die. But lots of people need things and never get them. The world does not revolve around me. And frankly, if I die protecting my loved ones, it's exactly the kind of death I'd want. I had that once already. I'm not afraid of it. She said the words, calm and resolute, and there was no doubting the sincerity in her voice. What is wrong with you? Rukia burst out. I know where I stand and where I am going. Erza said simply. When a body knows that, things like death, or the future, that can't ever scare you. The traitor is cowardly, weak of resolve, lacking morality and reason, vile and contemptuous, the scum of society, Rukia said, trying to keep her voice firm. The words were not hers, borrowed from teaching materials every student learned in academy. Loyalty, righteousness, trust, things they all knew by heart. Things that seemed so simple, in the best of ways. They are the bane of our great cause, and must be exterminated with extreme prejudice. Erza said, completing the quote. And what do you think, Rukia? Do I deserve to die? The tone was not accusatory or aggressive, but Rukia wished it had been. If only she could be angry with her, it would be so much easier. The right thing isn't easy to do. Rukia said quietly. Very true. Condemning you and those around you, that is what the law dictates to be right. Rukia said stiffly. It's what I should do. The law, yes, Erza said, nodding. You can find right and wrong there. But, what do you know to be right, Rukia? In your heart, when you are honest with yourself, what is right to you? It's not for me to decide. Rukia snapped. We submit to the wisdom of those greater than ourselves, and do not question it, for they are older and wiser, and better learned. That is the fundament the Godii's military divisions are built on. Loyalty. But here you are, debating whether to do the right thing or not. Erza remarked. In my experience, people do not try to convince themselves that they are right unless they think they aren't. God damn you! Rukia burst out. I should turn you in. It's the right thing to do. It's what Nii-sama would want. What do you want? Erza asked. The question was so simple, so forthright, and it took the wind out of Rukia's sails entirely. It's not about me. She mumbled, her voice barely more than a whisper. Erza gave her a long, careful look. Loyalty and obedience is a good thing, Rukia. But even wise people are still just people. Sometimes, they are wrong. Unquestioning obedience is not a virtue. It's the kind of thing that gets people to do horrible things without feeling a shred of responsibility for it. I know what's right, Rukia said weakly. But at the same time, I don't. Is that what happened to you? Yes and no. Erza said slowly. I am a traitor, as you said. But I had reasons. Good reasons. What you see now, that right isn't so plain and easy, that came to me soon. I saw evil being done in the name of good, and I never found it justified. So I found a new path. It was the wrong one, but continuing down the one I was going would have been worse. Or maybe not. Rukia shook her head. I can't do it. I've failed in my duty. I'm no better than you. And the worst thing is, I'm not even sure that's a bad thing. Where I came from, we believed in doing the right thing, rather than follow the rules. Erza said slowly. You would have fit in, I think. Damn it all. Rukia said, and sighed in defeat, taking a deep sip from her tea. It had gone a little more lukewarm, but it was still a good enough distraction. I know what would happen. I can't live with that. That's the gist of it. Erza nodded. I'm glad. There was a smile on her face, genuine and warm, and Rukia was reminded again of the old times, when there had been no rebellion to come between their friendship. There was a silence, long enough that it was nearly awkward, and Rukia downed her cup, and made a move as if to stand up. So I should probably get going, she mumbled. I'm sure you have things to do. Stay, Erza said simply. What? Stay. You need someplace to be while you're here, and it might as well be this apartment. You're welcome here. It could be dangerous, Rukia noted. If another Shinigami sees me, recognizing you. A small risk, Erza said dismissively. I don't mind it. Well, Rukia said. She paused, contemplating the thought for a second. Well, why not? This place was nicer than the one she used right now, anyhow. Sure. I guess. Good, Erza said with a smile, and Rukia felt as if she had just regained something long thought lost. Despite her failure, somehow she didn't feel too bad about herself. Chapter 32, Advancing Minos. Time passed quickly, almost as if in a blur. It was 3 months since Ichigo had first met Rukia, but as far as he was concerned, it felt like 3 years ago. He had gone, in that time, from being a normal teenager, to becoming a powerful swordsman and Shinigami. Ignorant, insufficiently trained and unskilled, yet making progress, stronger than most Shinigami, or so they said, at least. Rukia had been something of a catalyst. Ichigo had gained his powers, and not too long after, so had Orium and Tatsuki as well. Uriah, his second cousin, had his powers all along, but now Ichigo knew about it. A whole new world had opened up. With his studies still going on beside this, it felt like living in some bizarre, more colorful version of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. The latest arrival had been Chad. The bulky, downright enormous teenager had simply strolled into the basement one day, his arm transformed with some odd red and black design that emitted a riot so powerful enough that even Ichigo could feel its strength. Urahara had identified it as a Fullbring, a special kind of power certain humans developed after having been close to death. Ichigo did not know why or how it manifested, and he didn't care either. It was good, having a friend to rely on, a male friend, somebody his own age. Not that there was anything wrong with being surrounded by strong, willful women, but Ichigo figured there was some good in having some form of male company. Even if he was only slightly more talkative than a rock. Right at this moment, though, talking was the last thing on his mind. Erza had quickly picked up on the potential of another strong fighter roughly Ichigo's age, and had soon set the two of them to sparring with each other. Learning to spar against only one opponent, only one style, was a weakness in itself, she had said, and what she said was what went, and no questions asked. Chad was a diamond in the rough, possessing little more than street fighting skills, but his raw power almost rivaled Ichigo's own, and he knew how to use it. That arm of his, when transformed, was able to easily withstand the strength of Ichigo's sword, and when he landed a punch, it was nearly as bad as being hit by Erza. An armored fist slammed into Ichigo's sword, sending him sliding back. He had learned not to lose his footing, not to be overwhelmed, but force was force, and Chad had him on the defensive. The Mexican was surprisingly nimble for his size, and had closed the distance in a second, bringing his armored fist down again, forcing Ichigo on the defensive. The sword clanged as it strained under the force, but it held. However, parrying with both hands as he had no means of guarding from the other fist which, for its lack of armor, still slammed into Ichigo's gut with severe force. Ichigo had the air knocked from his lungs, and before her could recover, Chad had grabbed him by the neck with his armored hand, the free one raised for a hit to his face. Break! Break! Erza cried out sharply, and Chad immediately relaxed, letting go of Ichigo and stepping back. He was as gentle as he was large, fighting to win when he fought, but not a second longer than necessary. The thrills Ichigo felt, the rush of power, were surely alien to him. To Chad, Ichigo suspected, violence was a necessary evil. "Good work, Sato," Erza said, marching up to the two. "A bit more restraint would be good, I think." "Yes, sensei." Chad rumbled, his voice low and respectful. Erza was not his tutor per se, but didn't seem to mind it as a mark of respect. "And you," Erza said to Ichigo, "you fell for a simple feint. You let him put you on the defensive. You let him dictate the pace of the battle, and that's halfway to defeat in itself." "Well, sorry," Ichigo grumbled, rubbing his neck. Chad had arms like tree trunks, and even though his grip had been comparatively gentle, he could still feel it. "He's just damn strong, okay?" "Nonsense. No excuses, is that understood?" Ichigo wanted to protest, but held his tongue. The truth, really, was that he kept underestimating Chad, holding back out of fear of hurting him and he was not at all used to his fighting style. "Yes, sensei," he mumbled. "I expect improvement from the both of you," Erza said firmly. "Until you master your strengths, you are both a threat to yourselves and people around you. Power has a price." Ichigo had heard all the lectures before responsibility, how he had a power greater than any gun, how he had no choice but to learn to use it properly, using it with purpose. His aunt wasn't wrong, not per se, but hearing them repeat, like bad movie cliches, sometimes got old. Chad, though, seemed to drink it in like wisdom, his eyes fixed on Erza. "Right," she said, nodding at the two of them. "One more time, and we'll call it a day." Ichigo nodded with relief, and got into a stance once more. Training had eased up a little over time, he noticed, as Erza seemed to also dedicate time to her own training, something she did plenty of, he realized, and had less time for when training him. She still had a job, she still looked after Orium. Just as Chad put his hands up, his face a mask of concentration, they were interrupted. There was a tremor in the air, no, not in the air, but in the spiritual energy running across the town. Erza seemed to notice it too, and a concerned, surprised look passed her face. Ichigo held up his hand, urging Chad to relax. What was that?" Ichigo said. It felt like a hollow rippling across the spiritual network with foul, negative energies. But it felt stronger. More wrong. Bigger than anything he had sensed before. "Damn," Erza muttered, gripping her sword. She took a deep breath. "What is going on, sensei?" Chad asked. "Something big is coming. Bigger than anything you ever saw before, literally and not so literally." "Huh?" Ichigo said confusedly. "Actually, this'll be useful," Erza mumbled. "Go get Orium and Tatsuki. I want all four of you to see this one." "Well, I'm lost," Ichigo murmured. He went to get Orium and Tatsuki, both busy with their respective training, and a few minutes later, all five of them were headed out of the basement, up its ladder. Once they were outside the shop, Erza promptly picked up Orium and Tatsuki, and sped off. Ichigo looked at her running off, bewildered, and a second later he followed suit. Chad was left behind, foot-slogging after the rest of them. A couple minutes later, they assembled a few blocks further down in Karakura town. Chad had kept a remarkable pace, and was not far behind. Although he had no real ability to track Ryotsu, yet there was no need to. Because the sky had split. Or so it looked, at least. A massive tear was opening, some 100 meters above the ground, and a gargantuan pair of clawed hands were slowly enlarging it. Ichigo stared up to the sky, gaping. The thing was enormous. Its elongated face alone, leering down at him like some grim plague doctor's mask, was bigger than he was tall. "Man, what the hell is that?" Tatsuki gasped. She looked scared, and Ichigo couldn't blame her. The oppressive, malevolent ryotsu of the creature bore down on him too, and made him shiver right down to his very bones. "That's like, huge," Orium said, her voice uncharacteristically neutral. The tear grew larger, and the creature began to heave itself out, a dark and wicked mass of dark ryotsu. And on that day, mankind received a grim reminder. Ichigo mumbled to himself. Chad only stared stoically, catching his breath. "Minos Grande," Erza said firmly. "The lowest step in the highest hollow hierarchy. They are born from thousands of hollows flocking, merging into a single beastly being. It is immensely powerful. Look upon it and learn." Ichigo could hear the clatter of running feet, and looked to his right to see Rukia, running in their direction, gasping for air. She finally stopped next to Erza, leaning forward, her hands on her knees as she caught her breath. It's dash." "I know," Erza said. The beast, the enormous so-called Minos Grande, opened the tier wider, slinging one massive leg out. It seemed impossibly slender for its size, taller than it had any use for being. With its long, lanky frame and black shroud, it looked like a caricature of death. Just how strong is this thing?" Ichigo said. "You can handle it, right?" "Without a problem," Erza said. "I just hope it did not bring any friends." "Without a problem." "Okay," Ichigo said, letting out a nervous chuckle. "So why don't you deal with it, and give us a lecture later?" The monster put its second foot down on the ground, and looked around, as if confused of where it was. "Well, would you look at that?" There was no mistaking that shallowly cheerful voice. From out of nowhere, or more likely around a corner, Urahara Kisuk had stepped out, merrily twirling his cane. "Now that's what I call a hollow." "You," Erza said, her voice carrying a foul tone. "If I find out that you dash." "Oh, please," Urahara said. "I have plenty of data to examine, far more interesting than some generic Minos. So, I expect you will be taking care of this." "Of course," Erza said. Good call," Urahara said and nodded. "I agree entirely. These children may be strong, but it's far too soon for them to take on a monster of this magnitude. I mean, as you no doubt have surmised, they could potentially beat it, but it's far too big a risk." "You're making the right call, as a responsible sensei should." Erza stared at him blankly. "What dash?" She shook her head, and glared at him. "What the hell is your game?" "Oh, just here for the show. I'll be waiting with the kids at the sidelines, if you don't mind." "Are you trying to dash?" Erza said, in between angry, frustrated and confused, cutting herself off. "I'm not trying anything," Urahara insisted, sounding suspiciously sincere. "You're absolutely right. These children are much too young and untested. I doubt even that young Quincy coming this way would be able to tip the scales." "You think they can't handle this?" Erza said angrily, and Ichigo put the palm of his hand to his forehead. "Really? You think they are too weak?" "Oh, not at all," Urahara said, making a pacifying hand gesture. "Just untrained. I mean, there is only so much you can do even with exceptional talent, in such a short time. Nobody would fault you as a sensei. I am sure that in a year or two, they would be able to take on a huge class hollow if they worked together as a team." "You listen here," Erza said, practically fuming, "they are perfectly capable of handling this if they had to." "Yes, it's good for a teacher to have faith in her students," Urahara said, and Ichigo marveled at how he somehow managed to be utterly obnoxious even when he was being positive and supportive. "Nobody could blame you for overstating them a little. They are your pride and joy, I'm sure." Ichigo felt that sinking feeling. "You think I can't tell what you're doing?" Erza snarled. "You manipulative little..." "Me?" Urahara said innocently, producing a small bottle of water, from which he took a small sip. "I'm just a bystander." You're doing a fantastic job, Miss Scarlet. Now go on out there, and show that me knows who's boss, so the kids can learn a new lesson. Kids, over and over, as if to emphasize their underdevelopment, their lack of skill. Listen up, you four. Erza all but roared. You are going to take that thing down, and no mistake. What? Tatsuki said, but Ichigo was already prepared, palm meeting face for the second time. She really fell for it. She really wanted them to fight, that thing. That means you too, Quincy. She shouted toward a rooftop. And no attitude, or I'll kick your ass. Masak is not here to bail you out. Tamely, Uriah descended to the ground, last to arrive. Aunt, you can't be serious. Ichigo hissed. That thing, it's huge. You'll face bigger challenges than that. Erza said stubbornly. Work together, and you can do it. Believe in each other. Support each other. You can do it, and I wouldn't let you do it if you couldn't. Well, this is a change of pace, Orium said cheerily. I'll work defense. And offense. And then defense again. And when you need it, I'll throw in like, a plus 20% fire damage buff. That's the spirit, Erza said, nodding approvingly, seemingly over her hesitation toward Orium seeing combat for the time being. You five will, as a team, take that thing down post-haste. If you can't handle it, I will step in. Besides that, I'm leaving it to you. Chad simply nodded, Uriah looked a little pale but looked determined, and Ichigo just swallowed. Okay. Size wasn't everything. It was really about who had more Ryotsu, who could use it better. We need a plan of attack. He said flatly. Cousin, how hard can you hit it? Can you pierce its mask? Although he sounded far less haughty than Ichigo had expected, there was still some arrogance left in his voice as he replied. Perhaps with time. If I could charge a shot, if it was weakened. Right. Ichigo nodded. Chad and me, we're the beefiest targets, so we'll run in up front. Orium, can you really put on a buff? Orium said cheerily. Okay, Ichigo nodded. Do that, then. Back us up. Tatsuki, I want you to hit it from behind where you can, maybe go for a knee, and cousin, try and hit it someplace painful from afar. Who died and made you boss? Tatsuki objected. I concur. Uriah said. Do not presume to think you have the capacity or experience to order me about. Ichigo let out a frustrated grunt. They didn't have time for this. Listen, he snapped quickly, we work together, or we get a beating from my aunt. You ever got a beating, cousin? A proper, hard beating from somebody who's just holding back enough so you're not getting seriously hurt. The look on his cousin's face said enough. Thought so. Ichigo said. And you Tatsuki, you at least know what that feels like. You want more of it? I know what it's like, because I've been on the receiving end of it for months now. Now me, I at least have a basic idea of what to do, but if anybody else has an idea, I'm all ears. He gave a quick glance to the monster, which seemed to have noticed them. Heads up, though, he added, we don't have time to sit down and have a committee on this decision. Tatsuki and Uriah fell quiet. No arguments? None. Didn't think so. Ichigo snapped. Chad, you and I, we're running from the front. We'll try to unbalance it, and get its attention. Orium, back us up. Tatsuki, you try and go for the knees. Cousin, you pepper it with as many damn arrows as you can confuse it, hurt it, whatever. Yes, sir. Orium said cheerily. Chad simply nodded. Tatsuki gave him a look, then shrugged. Uriah was the last to fall in line, but seemed to decide not to argue at last, quite possibly because of the way Erza was looking at him at all of them. All right, charge. Ichigo said. Hoisting his sword up high, he ran forward, Chad at his side. Ichigo came in first, slamming his sword into the creature's ankle. It bounced off with a clang, one that made his sword ring, and it did little more than crack its skin. Meanwhile, Chad let out an uncharacteristically loud, passionate roar, and slammed his armored fist into the other ankle. The impact of the blow was raw, stronger than Ichigo's even, and if they hadn't had the Minos attention before, they certainly did now. The creature let out a deafening roar, raw and primal, and Ichigo found himself wondering if Shinigami had eardrums, and, if so, they could rupture just as badly as they could on humans. It lifted a foot, slowly but with titanic strength, and aimed to stomp at them. Ichigo and Chad rolled out of the way easily, but the shockwave knocked both of them off their feet. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was getting busy. Like a wasp, Uriah darted back and forth, unleashing an unending volley of brightly colored energy arrows. Not one of them seemed to do more than chip the Minos, but it raised a hand, much too slow, to grasp at him. As he darted out of its range with ease, Tatsuki had leaped up into the air, slamming her staff into the creature's knee joint. There was a discharge of power, a crack as if from a small thunderbolt, and the Minos leg jerked forward, involuntarily. Ichigo and Chad got to their feet. "Orium, how about that 20% fire buff?" Ichigo shouted. It was with some horror that he realized that, for all the fear, dread, and danger, he was enjoying himself. This monster was a true challenge, bigger and badder than anything he had ever fought, and he was taking it on alongside his friends. "And Uriah? Coming!" Orium cheered. 6 orbs of lights began to rotate around Ichigo, and a second later, his sword was aglow with orange, encased in some sort of bubble. "Chad, get its attention!" Ichigo bellowed. Chad obliged, letting out another roar as he charged. He slammed his fist into the same spot as before, and this time there was a hint of pain in the hollow shriek. It brought a hand down, monstrously huge, and aimed at Chad. It was exactly what Ichigo had wanted. Just as it came down on Chad, the Mexican teen bracing himself for impact, Ichigo flung himself into the air, some 10 feet up, bringing his sword up for an axe cut. There was zero subtlety to it, all that swordsmanship seeming superfluous, just him, a sharp cutting object, and something large to blunt its edge on. Holding the sword in both hands, he brought it down. The impact made his teeth shake and rattle, and his sword bounced off with a loud clang, and Ichigo fell gracelessly to the ground. The Minos' skeletal arm, though, bled huge droplets of blood, splattering the ground from a cut that was at least 3 feet wide. At the same time, Tatsuki hit again, striking its legs and knees wherever she could. The Minos roared in furious irritation, trying to kick at its enemies, stomp them, but they were all much too quick. The issue, Ichigo realized, was that while the beast was slow, it was also very powerful, and they were only doing chip damage. As the Minos took a few steps back, futilely swatting at Uriah, Ichigo regrouped with Chad and Tatsuki, Orium still standing a few paces back. "We gotta get the mask," Ichigo said firmly. "If we keep going like this, we'll wear ourselves out before we can finish it." "A tall order," Chad said simply, and Ichigo couldn't be sure if he was cracking a joke or not. It was hard to tell. "It's like ramming into concrete," Tatsuki said, making a face. "I'm like a freaking mosquito to that thing, annoying, but harmless." "Teamwork," Ichigo said. "If we can take a leg off, dash. Move, you fools." It was Uriah shouting the warning out, loudly and clearly as he raced toward them. "Zero. It's zero." In the mouth of the Minos Grande, a red light was gathering, a blood-colored orb of raw energy, its miasma so raw that even a normal human would have been able to feel it. Whatever it was, Ichigo was sure, it was bad news. And its energy had just peaked. "You must help them," Rukia cried out from the sidelines, where she stood beside Erza. That's a zero. They'll be wiped from the earth." With horror, she recalled the terrifying injuries she had seen in time, of those lucky enough or unlucky to only have been glanced by a zero. It was one of the most frightening abilities they possessed, raw energy that would burn through almost anything in its path. "Have faith," Erza said simply. "Faith?" Rukia burst out incredulously. "Faith won't save them." Oh my dash." She clamped her hands over her mouth. The zero was firing. "Having faith in your own is not always easy," Erza said sternly, her arms crossed, "but you have to have it. We have to be able to trust them to handle themselves." "Against a zero," Rukia said, at the verge of tears. "What have you done? Don't be hasty." Erza said, and nodded toward the battleground. The dust was settling. Ichigo had thought, for a second, that he was going to die. He had been outraged, that he'd have led his friends, who trusted him, to failure and doom. Outraged, that he hadn't been able to come further. Then an orange, triangular shield had appeared, and bore the brunt of the attack. It hadn't absorbed it, far from it, in fact, it seemed most of it had simply been diverted to the area immediately outside it. A moment after the attack had ended, the shield had shattered, and Orium had fallen to her knees. They were none of them untouched. All of them had blisters. Ichigo most of all he had instinctively put himself in front of the others. The ground was dirt, the asphalt beneath them pulverized. But they were standing, all alive, because of Orium? I told you I'd help, Orium said meekly, all the cheer beaten out of her. Struggling, she forced herself to stand. Tatsuki hurried to her side, supporting her. There was dust all about them, as if they were at the center of a local sandstorm. Damn. Ichigo murmured. Way to go. It was the understatement of the year. Without her, they would have face oblivion. Ichigo. The cry came from above. It was Urayu, sounding desperate, as if brought to the brink of what a reasonable mind can take. It occurred to Ichigo that he couldn't see them properly, and with the massive emission of the Zero still dying down, he probably couldn't sense them either. He cares, Ichigo thought, it's just that it'd take us dying for him to admit it. Hey! Ichigo cried out. Hey, over here! Ichigo! Urayu cried out. Oh thank God dash! From out of nowhere, a giant, skeletal hand came through the air, and seized the distracted, distraught Urayu, snatching him from his flight. Urayu cried out. Fuck! Ichigo burst out. Chad, with me. Tatsuki, try and get up there. He began his charge, closing the distance, but knew it was too later. Urayu was human, a squishy, killable human, and he was in the grip of a monster much, much stronger than he. But as he ran, furiously intent on saving his cousin, all obnoxiousness forgotten like some ancient memory, he was being surpassed. Orium, still forcing herself to stand upright, was moving her hands about in a graceful, elegant, almost artistic pattern, and the 6 lights moved accordingly. In the giant's arm, Urayu cried out, slowly being choked, but then the lights hit. Little by little, the pressure eased, the enormous monster's grip being overwhelmed by that strange power, inexorably outperforming its raw, brute strength. Managing to free his arms, Urayu heaved himself out of the Minos fist, ending up in a free fall before just barely catching himself, ending up in a barely controlled glide. He hit the ground not far from Orium. What the hell is this? He mumbled. I felt my ribs cracking, my bow arm was broken, I know it was. I'm not sure how it works either, Orium said, a small bit of cheer returning. Focus on the Minos, though. I think I can make you go a bit faster and hit a bit harder for a while. Hesitantly, Urayu leaped upward, sailing through the air. His Quincy powers felt stronger than ever, as if supercharged, as if borrowing from some near-infinite source of energy. Moving at a pace faster than anything he had ever grown used to, he fired a test volley. In 5 seconds, he had let loose 36 arrows, each one slamming into the Minos with severe force. Each one left a small crater, vile flesh gouged out from the impacts. The effect didn't last too long, but it caused the Minos enough pain to pick Urayu as its first target, its arms now flailing after the agile Quincy helplessly. Meanwhile, Ichigo, Chad and Tatsuki had done their best, but their efforts had paused when Urayu had surged. It was impressive to watch. Okay, listen, Ichigo said. Mask. Like before. Tatsuki, can you make it bend the knee a bit? I could do it one more time, sure, Tatsuki said, nodding eagerly. The heat of the moment had got to her, as did the seriousness of the situation, and like good iron placed on a smith's anvil, she did not break under the pressure. Good. Ichigo said, and nodded. Chad, you, me, together. When it bends, we hit it under the knee, together, one from each side. If we can cut a leg off. Got it. Chad said, clenching his fist. As the Minos roared again, trying to swat at the Quincy fly that had hurt it so, Tatsuki lunged up into the air. Sending herself into a spin, she put all her force into the next blow. Her staff strained under the sheer power, and she almost feared it breaking on impact. The blow hit, clean and true, and the hollow staggered forward, almost tripping. On the ground, Ichigo had let his power surge, and in unison, as if he knew exactly what to do, so had Chad. He was a natural in this respect. As one, they let out a loud roar, and jumped up. Ichigo came in with an overhead cut, aimed right at the fleshier parts of the monster's legs, while Chad aimed his punch to slam into bone, with as much power as possible. As one, their attacks connected. The attack was strong, and Ichigo felt for the blink of an eye like his sword would bounce again, but through his weapon, he felt the impact of its bone snapping from Chad's punch, and with just enough force, he cut clean through the Minos leg. Falling like a tree, the limb fell over, and as they landed, they were both showered with foul-smelling blood. The Minos roared, now fully with pain and terror, and toppled like a redwood, flailing with its arms. "Quick! Now!" Ichigo roared, not even waiting for the Minos to fall fully before he leaped up on it. Quickly he ran over its torso, Chad and Tatsuki not far behind. Orange wisps formed beside them, wrapping around the beast's arms. They were not quite efficient, not able to pin its arms down, but it was enough. It was not able to stop the three of them from charging. From above, Uriah's arrows rained, now slow and well measured, strong. In an instant, Ichigo had hit the monster's mask, bringing down his sword. Like a mindless woodsman working a tree that had personally insulted his mother, he chopped at it, over and over. Chad was the next to arrive, slamming one slow, powered punch after another. Tatsuki did as best she could next, jamming a staff into its eye. The beast did not lie down and die. It shrieked and twisted, its giant head thrashing, its maw nearly biting off a leg here, an arm there. Nearly. Each one high on adrenaline, focused, they evaded the giant's pitiful thrashing, its struggles, and hammered down on its mask furiously. It was not neat, it was not pretty, it was not organized or clean. What it was violence, force, applied gratuitously and desperately. Cracks appeared here and there, but the mask was thick and hard. Ichigo was starting to feel his arms numb, growing weary, but pushed himself further. In an instant, without him knowing what happened, power surged through his blade, expelling from its point. It made a massive cut in the creature's mask, and the sheer power of it surprised Ichigo, and he staggered back, losing his footing. The major crack it had left in its mask was all the opening Chad needed, though, and he raised his arm, letting Ryotsu focus into his fist. Letting out another roar, so strangely and uncharacteristically passionate in the heat of battle, he brought the fist down. The sound of the impact rung all around them, almost like a physical strike, and the Minos mask began cracking, splinters of bone flying all around them. Sailing gracefully over them, Uriah planted a final shot into the weakened, cracked mask, and the bony structure finally gave in, cracking from chin to forehead. The Minos shrieked and thrashed, finally breaking free from Orium's bonds. It clawed at them, lashing out with a desperate speed, but before it could hit, it had started to evaporate. Frozen, as its Ryotsu dispersed, it roared one final time. It disappeared. Around them was ruination, the street nearby them demolished entirely, and a fine cloud of dust kicked up all around them. "Well," Tatsuki said, breathing heavily, "let's not do that again. Ever." "Fucking A." Ichigo mumbled, taking Chad's hand and letting himself get pulled up. He was not usually a swearing type, well, not to a certain degree, but the situation seemed to call for it. The wave of adrenaline was beginning to pass, and the aches and weariness of battle were making themselves reminded. But even then, he felt uplifted. It was well fought. Chad said, his deep voice ringing calm and quiet. "I am proud to have stood next to you all. Together, we have done good work this day. I look forward to the next time." "Well, all it took was fatal danger for him to turn into freaking Chaucer," Tatsuki snorted, breathing heavily, looking more shocked now than she had in the battle itself, probably because it was dawning on her just how dangerous that thing had been. "That was awesome." Orium cheered, apparently having gotten all of her cheer back. Sporting a big grin on her face, she raised a staff high where had she got that, and did what Ichigo assumed was a victory dance. Finally, with a somewhat rushed kind of gracefulness, Uriah landed. "You're all right, all of you," he said, sounding concerned. Before long, he stopped himself, and forced that distant, superior look onto his face, although it was really only halfway successful. I mean. Naturally you are. You should know I only helped you get out of this mess because my aunt would be very sorry if you got yourself killed, Kurosaki." A spike of irritation, very nearly forming anger, shot through Ichigo. Again. But then he saw the chaos around him, felt the aches in his bones, saw Erza approaching with Rukia in tow, and thought of what they had all accomplished together. Uriah was an idiot. But maybe, just maybe, it was because he didn't know how to be an idiot. He shot him a grin. "You know what, Legolas? You're all right." Uriah looked surprised, puzzled. Whatever retort he had expected, that hadn't been it. "I'm certainly not," he said haughtily. "Ah yes, I thought you'd say that," Ichigo said, nearly laughing. "If I told you that you're a genius, you'd probably say, I'll have you know I'm borderline retarded, and only achieved my high grades through excessive cheating, you Shinigami scum. Right?" Behind him, Tatsuki and Orium broke into a laugh. "But you know what?" Ichigo said, spreading his arms, "You pulled through, and that's what matters." Before Uriah could react, he had caught him in a bear hug. "Kurosaki, what the hell?" Uriah snapped, although not struggling very much. "Get off me." Group hug. Orium cheered, and rushed in. Tatsuki was not far behind her. "This is outrageous." Uriah snapped. "I protest. I protest in the strongest possible forms." "Yeah, I just bet you do," Ichigo said. Finally letting go of the group hug, he took a step back. Through all the pain, through all the danger, he felt so very happy to be alive. He felt more alive than he ever usually did. "Good work," Erza said, finally reaching them. As one, they snapped to attention. Victory celebrations were one thing, but when she spoke, you listened. Even Uriah looked to her. "Do you all realize what you just achieved?" We could have done better," Ichigo ventured. That seemed to be the running theme with her. "That is always true," Erza said and nodded. "Rukia, why don't you fill them in?" Rukia stepped forward, less dusty than the rest of them. "Do you know what aminos is?" "The weakest form of the, Ichigo started. "Rhetorical question." Rukia snapped, and Ichigo rolled his eyes. "It is among the strongest forms of hollow there is. In the Gotei 13, it would be considered absurdity to send a single agent to fight one of these unless they had at least the rank of 5th strongest in their division. Raw power. Malice. A stepping stone for hollow evolution. Normally, a vice captain or captain would be preferred. You, a ragtag bunch of humans, beat it." Her face was hard, cold, and Ichigo was reminded that she was, in fact, a military officer where she came from. He found himself wondering if he should salute. "You beat it, and frankly, I am amazed." "Well done," Rukia said. "This is extraordinary." "Well done indeed," Erza said, giving Rukia a courteous nod. "I am proud of you all." Somewhat spoiling the moment, a slow clap rang over the battlefield, as Urahara Kisuke walked toward them. "Why yes, bravo!" he cheered. "Bravo, bravo! I was proven wrong indeed. I humble myself before your vision and your wisdom, Miss Scarlet. I have the strongest urge to punch you right now," Erza said firmly. "Do not test your luck. I suppose you don't want me to hide all of your riot traces, then," he said cheerily. "The Gotei is bound to take notice of this, and they will certainly want to investigate. What would they think, I wonder, if they found a substitute Shinigami, a Quincy, and empowered humans like these?" "Shit," Erza said simply. "Which is why it's such a good thing that Moi, the humble, helpful shopkeeper, will cover your tracks," he said, with a grin on his face. Erza glared at him. "I swear to all I hold dear, if I find out you did this. Contrary to popular opinion, I cannot actually summon powerful hollows at my leisure," Urahara bit back. "Although, I think I could name somebody that can." You don't think? Erza muttered, and Ichigo saw a look of fear cross her face, fear and anger. It could be a freak accident, Urahara said, with a shrug, but I think we both know a bit of paranoia is no less than appropriate for people like ourselves. We're going back. Erza said promptly. Now. Huh. Okay. Ichigo said. It was a strange and sudden change of humors. She had gone from grudgingly proud and appreciative to sullen and concerned in an instant, just at some vague hint from the shopkeeper. Something was up, he knew, but he also knew better than to question her about it. Together with his friends, he headed back to the shop where, Orium informed them, she would fix all of their injuries, just like that. There seemed to be quite a few things to her he hadn't anticipated. Aizen impatiently rapped his fingers against the armrest of the chair he was sitting in. He had a throne, a proper throne, prepared in one of the grander halls of Hueco Mundo, and before too long, he would have much opportunity to use it. For the time being, he was sat down in a lab of his, run by a small, humanoid hollow called Sail Aporo Grans. It was a twisted creature, in its soul if not in body, even by hollow standards, but it was intelligent and competent enough that Aizen trusted it to oversee his experiments when he was away. As the hollow ran its long, insect-like digits over a keyboard, feeding data into the megacomputer Aizen had fitted into the wall, he felt impatient. It was so close. So very soon, he would have his hands on the long-coveted Hogyukou, that potent, godlike artifact once crafted by that wretched Urahara Kisuk. Once he did, he would have the power to create his own army, and finally abandon this sickening facade. He would step into the light, as a ruler of a new world order and emperor of the afterlife. Glorious and resplendent, he would reshape the afterlife according to his vision. So soon. In the meantime, he had to entertain himself with little research projects. Like, for example, the Kurosaki hybrid. He had expected him to fight it alone, but then again, Erza Scarlet was too much of a mother hen. Preliminary data readings. Aizen demanded. It is still coming along, Lord, Sail said submissively. I will not ask again. The short of it, now. Of course, Lord, Sail said, and Aizen thought he detected a hint of irritation. He was too clever, of course, to do anything to displease him, but he was not without his own opinions, it seemed. The Minos you ordered sent to Karakura was engaged by a Quincy, the hybrid, and 3 as of yet unidentified empowered humans, at least one of which being a so-called Fullbringer. It was outmaneuvered, and after losing a leg, its mask was targeted by multiple powerful attacks until it was purged. Aizen nodded. The hybrid's progress. As you predicted, Lord. The most powerful out of the group, but yet untamed. His hollow spirit remains a passive source of energy, as of yet never directly used. Good. Aizen said, once again rapping his fingers against the armrest of his chair, this time with a tinge of excitement. The hybrid project was one of his more interesting ones, and to see it come along as predicted was pleasing. Soon. A few weeks to seize the artifact. A few months after that to mass-produce an army strong enough to kill the Gotei's leadership. A single battle, then a few years to appropriate it as his new domain. Then, his vision would be fulfilled, no matter how long it took. And he'd have all the time he wanted for science, too. Soon, indeed. Soon he would seize it. Soon he would stand in the light. Soon he would be victorious. Soon he would see her again. Soon. Chapter 33, In Preparation for the Future. Few Gotei officers relished paperwork. It was a nuisance, hours of work to describe minutes of action, and you were required to hand it in unless you were very, very important. Kukaki Byakuya was not most officers. His mind, so strict, neat and orderly that it resembled nothing so much as a dusty library, worked through paperwork with efficiency and attentiveness. Never a missed word, never a box unmarked, not a single stroke of the pen out of place. That was the kind of person Byakuya was. Many of the younger officers of 6th Division considered him perfect, the very model of an officer restrained, temperate and calm, brave and bold in battle, but never violent to excess. Righteously fearsome when challenged, but otherwise hard, but fair. 6th Division had not always been full of sticklers for the rules, but long-lasting captains had a tendency to leave an impact on their soldiers, and his division was at this point known as the most meticulously efficient, straight and narrow elite in the GODI. Or as 11th put it, bunch of stick-up-their-arse prissy knob wannabes. 6th Division considered Byakuya perfect. The noble head of Clan Kukaki knew better. Ironically, the more knowledge one gains, the more one realizes how ignorant one is, and the better one knows oneself, the better one sees one's own shortcomings. Byakuya knew he was a flawed man, full of little imperfections he would never, ever voice publicly, because it might have a negative impact on morale. Perfection was an ideal, something to aspire to, not something you could ever be. As he flipped through his morning stack of paperwork, quickly eyeing one document after another before putting his signature to it, or putting it in a pile to be archived, something strange happened. An arrest order had been sent directly to his in-pile. At first, he thought it was a mistake. He normally received plenty of complaints, from other division officers or uppity noblemen, but this carried the seal of the GODI police agency run by 2nd Division, but mostly delegated to the affected divisions to deal with. Curiously, he opened the note. His curiosity only increased as he read. Byakuya was nothing if not restrained, and seldom felt anything like shock, but his heart skipped a beat when he read it. It was an arrest order for Kukaki Rukia. The charges were laughably simple. Misdemeanors, irresponsible use of sanctioned power, failure to report within appropriate time intervals, meddling with mortals, all things that, piled together, could certainly land a Shinigami with a heavy fine, or even some jail time, but hardly worth the attention of a captain. This would normally fall within the purview of a low-ranked officer, not the head of a division. But here it was, on his desk, explicitly ordering him personally to arrest his little sister. Signed by a judge from the Central 46, no less, and that was a real eyebrow-raiser. They rarely intervened directly, and for such a petty case? Had he offended somebody high up? Was this some petty revenge? He thought about it for a second, and realized the truth. It was not revenge, or any such malicious act. It was a courtesy. It was well known among all the GODI that he valued rules, order, and law above all, without exception. By making him personally arrest his little sister, even for smaller charges, they would make him look staunchly moral, consistent with his own beliefs. It would send the message that Kukaki Byakuya, captain of 6th Division and head of the noble house Kukaki, had no tolerance for crime, even minor, even among his own family. It would make him look strong, and by extension, it would make the GODI look stronger, and send a message to all divisions in general. He approved of that notion, although he disliked political power plays. The work they did as Shinigami was far more important than some political power balance. But it was an inescapable part of their life, even if it was tiresome. He wondered about Rukia. It had been months since she had left for her first Living World assignment, without a word sent. This had been nothing out of the ordinary for a Shinigami. A soldier could be stationed at one post for years at a time, and communication could be sporadic. He was loath to admit it, but her assignment had left him uncomfortable, irritable even, and he had pondered pulling some strings to keep her home. But that was an abuse of power, even more so than suggesting to the officer's recruitment office that he believed her talents were best spent in the rank and file, not ordering anything, certainly not, just suggesting that perhaps it would be for the best. And Byakuya was even more uncomfortable with the notion of using power selfishly. He had power, quite a lot more of it than almost anybody else, and the GODI was full of people who did not use it efficiently or responsibly enough. He would never be so uncivil as to publicly voice these opinions. It was not his place to question the order of things, but there was no denying that not everyone was as carefully considered in their execution of authority as himself. Which was why he had let her go. When you aim toward perfection, using power for yourself, instead of for others, was as slippery a slope as one could step onto. But now she was a criminal, apparently having strayed from the path of the righteous. Perhaps he hoped it was a misunderstanding, an overzealous law officer jumping to conclusions. Either way, it did not matter. He would go tonight, taking Renji with him. The boy was still unruly, and needed some hardening, and this was just the sort of thing he could use and resolve this. Rukia would come, she would face a tribunal and be declared guilty or innocent. She would pay a fine, or at worst spend some time behind bars, and return back safely to duty within good time. his promise to Hisuna would remain intact. The tribunal would not likely sentence her harshly, although he disapproved of it. He knew the legal authorities rarely judged a member of a noble house guilty of anything, and if they did, the punishment was seldom severe. He would go tonight, bring her home, and that would be the end of it. Realizing he had pondered the matter for several minutes, and thus falling behind his personal schedule, he quickly returned to his paperwork. The sun shone down brightly on the streets of the Godi 13. It was a beautiful day, bright but not too hot, with a pleasant breeze in the air. It was the perfect day to have the day off, something Rangiku Matsumoto intended to make the very most of. She had even bothered getting up early, something she wouldn't normally do unless she had to. A quick shower and breakfast, and on her merry way she had been. Currently she was strolling down one of the Godi's many streets, and while she had some place to go, she didn't walk like she did. The day was young and she was in no rush to be anywhere. A spa after lunch, some shopping, she had the day all to herself. Life was quite grand, all things considered. Her life in the afterlife had started rough, and she had many sorrows in her past, like so many others. But here she was, a vice captain, at the top of Shinigami society with a free day to spend as she pleased. Things like these made life worth it, even with her pain in the rear captain being such a stick in the mud. Her feet eventually, in due time, took her to the quarters of Katetsu Isane. At this hour, which for most would be right in the middle of work, she would usually be in the division, managing the hospital along with her captain. She sometimes kept odd hours, though, and working deep into the night was nothing unusual at a hospital. Anohana Erza was insistent on fair treatment of her subordinates, she knew, and that included appropriate sleeping hours. Given the late hours Isane had put in lately, she was probably not off for work just yet, and she was as good a friend as any to share a cup of tea with, and some gossip. Granted, she would have to do most of the gossiping, but friendship was all about sacrifice. Before long, she found herself knocking on Isane's door. It was a rather simple apartment, with Spartan accommodations. She was not the most exciting of people, and didn't spend much here. She lived for her job, an attitude Rangiku would not understand if she lived to be 1,000. Then again, that was probably why Isane was a doctor, and she was not. Isane opened the door, not even halfway, and shot Rangiku a nervous smile. She always had been a bit awkward. "Oh, Rangiku," she said, almost stuttering. "Nice to, see you. What are you doing here?" "Well, good morning to you too," Rangiku said cheerily. "I just so happened to know you had an hour or two to kill, and wouldn't you know it, so do I. I thought we could go out for a cup of tea, or something of the like. Relax, enjoy the day." "Oh," Isane said, and Rangiku knew heroes. Some convincing seemed in order. "Or if you feel tired, we could just hang out here," Rangiku said, undeterred. Without hesitating, she pushed the door open, and stepped inside. She hadn't been invited, not per se, but Rangiku was the sort of person who operated under the assumption that her company was always welcome. In all fairness, she was usually right. Despite Isane's anxious look, everything seemed all right. A poorly decorated hallway, a basics-only kitchen whose greatest luxury seemed to be a coffee brewer to the left, and further down the hall, a bedroom. "Listen, I'm not sure this is a great idea," Isane said, her face cheeks reddening a little. "So," Rangiku said, ignoring Isane's apprehension, "I'll just make us some tea, or coffee. Do you prefer coffee?" "Of course you do. I bet you drink it all the time. Good way to keep yourself awake on those late nights." She took a step toward the kitchen. Then Nemia walked past her. Quite noticeably undressed, except for a worn shirt of Isane's. Looking a little like a zombie, she walked into the kitchen as if not even noticing Rangiku, and poured herself a mug of coffee. "Oh," Rangiku said. "Yeah," Isane murmured, looking rather awkward. "What happened this time?" Rangiku said, all the cheer having dropped from her voice. She knew very well what went on in 12th, everyone did. She didn't hand him something fast enough. He was in a bad mood, and broke 6 of her ribs. Isane murmured, pain replacing the awkwardness in her voice. Not unusually for a medical professional, she was deeply emphatic, Rangiku knew, and the situation had to be here trending. "It's a damn shame. Rangiku said, shaking her head. It's not right, Isane said frustratedly, whispering the words. He built her to be resistant to pain, sure, and she heals fast, but that doesn't make it okay. She still hurts, and... She just shook her head helplessly. She's lucky to have you. Rangiku said reassuringly. Is it safe for her to be here? What with Captain Kuratsuki and all? When I picked her up, I made it very clear that he would have to answer to Captain Anohana if she was brought back before she healed. Isane said firmly. He's mad, but he knows where his limits go. I just have an hour or so before she has to get back. I understand. Rangiku said solemnly. It's a raw deal. She felt a bit helpless, no words seemed sufficient. What went on with that madman and his so-called daughter was known to all, and nobody could really stop him. Kuratsuki Mayuri was the finest example of what abuse could happen when the wrong person got too much power. Isane just nodded. Well, at least she has you, Rangiku said, putting her hands on Isane's arms, and pulled her into a hug. It means a lot, having somebody there for you, for better or for worse. Yeah. Isane said tamely. Well, I can tell when I'm being a third wheel, Rangiku said, with a bit of forced cheer, so I'll just get going. No, please, stay, Isane said, with a small smile. You're welcome to stay for coffee. You're sure? Rangiku said. You don't want some time to yourselves? We've have plenty of that, Isane said, with a slight blush. The more the merrier, right? Well, if you're sure. Rangiku said. She was an intrusive person, sure enough, but not insensitive. Come in and sit down. The voice was Nemu's, as creepily neutral as ever. Well, it looks like I'm staying, Rangiku said. So tell me, how are things at the hospital? Hectic, as usual, Isane said. You know how it is, a lot of 11s getting overeager, getting injured, and getting rowdy when we treat them. Oh, isn't it always the case with those brutes, Rangiku said dismissively. If I had a coin for every time one of them got in our way. Before long she was sat by Isane's kitchen table, the three of them sharing coffee. Rangiku did most of the talking, but then again, talking was one of her strengths. In due time, Rangiku said her goodbyes, and headed out. Isane was surprisingly good company, as anybody who looked past her reserved, awkward personality would find out. It was time to move on, though. Catching Kyujo Nozomi just in time for lunch, the two have headed out to a pleasant soldier's restaurant. Not quite as extravagant as what you would find in the nobler districts outside the Godai, but certainly appropriate enough. To the casual observer, the 13 court guard squads would appear only as a military complex, but of course, soldiers are not always on duty, and soldiers off duty are always looking for entertainment. To that end, there was no shortage of bars, restaurants, gambling halls, and even the odd cinema here and there, spread out across the Godai's 13 divisions. In one of these establishments, Rangiku was now sat down with Lisana, the two of them awaiting their orders of food, enjoying an appetizer. She hadn't been looking for Nozomi per se, she had literally been the first person she knew that she had found, and decided it was as good a choice as any. Rangiku was friendly, and not picky with her company. So what's going on with you, Rangiku said cheerily, casually leaning back in her chair. Officers got favorable treatment here, and that included padded, well-made armchairs. Oh, the same as usual, Nozomi said, shrugging. Her green hair framed her face beautifully, and Rangiku often thought that she would have no difficulty finding company if she wasn't cooped up in her lab all the time. I am overseeing at least 4 different projects. She counted on her fingers, deep in thought. No, 5. Ryotsu microphysical measurement, molecular biology applied as, well, a lot of science stuff that probably bores you. Well, I definitely wouldn't understand, but I'm sure it's very important, Rangiku said diplomatically. She had never been much of a scholar, and Nozomi's position as a senior researcher in 12th Division put her in the realm of things Rangiku did not really grasp. She had done well for herself 4th seat in a relatively short time, overseeing multiple projects. Are you getting enough air, though? Rangiku asked. It wouldn't do to get rusty with the sword, you know. She was well aware it was a little hypocritical, she herself would not train very regularly. Nozomi smiled. I go on missions and patrols according to regulation, so no need to worry about that. Mostly I just order assistants around, go through data, write reports. What was that I said about air? Rangiku said teasingly. You could say I get as much of it as I want. That just might be the problem, then. Rangiku said with a smile. Listen. Nozomi said seriously. I love my job. I am an officer of the Gotei, certainly, but I'm a scientist first. We get a bad rep, we do dash. Now there was the understatement of the century, but science is the one way we are assured to make the world a better place. All of us are going to die one day, but what we've accumulated, the knowledge we found and the discoveries we made, those will last for all of history. So. I think I'm fine. She shot a small smile, as if to reassure Rangiku. Well. Rangiku said, quickly smoothing things over, consider me corrected, then. Who needs a personal life anyway? That's the spirit. Nozomi said cheerily, choosing not to be offended. Few people understood. Ah, and I think that's our orders, Rangiku said, nodding enthusiastically. Let's eat, shall we? Let's, Nozomi said. Put 'em up. I said, put 'em up. No slacking. There was an excitable, and slightly terrified crowd of young officers, freshly graduated or promoted, who watched their vice-captain mercilessly pummel one of their own. A dozen or so were gathered in the 6th Division's courtyard, watching intently. Abarai Renji was a rough man, although not nearly as aloof and unapproachable as their captain. He was the one you went to if you had something to say or ask and the one you went to when you needed your ass kicked, like now. It was an impromptu sparring session. 2 young officers had had words, which ended up with fists, and their vice-captain had caught them. Rather than chastise them and deal out punishments, he had insisted they were both doing it wrong. Both of the original offenders were already down, both barely conscious and nurturing what would be nasty bruises a day or so from now. Vice-Captain Abarai was already working on his 5th officer, a 20-something seat fresh out of the academy. Each one so far had been a volunteer, and each one so far had had more than a few regrets. Renji threw a set of punches, simple and slow ones, the young officer managing to block the first 2, but taking 3 quick jabs to the face. He fell over, barely keeping himself up on his arms, and looked like he was about to cry. Get up, Officer Shishiku. Renji demanded. Get up right now and hit me. Vice-Captain Dash, the officer started to plead, but Renji was having none of it. Get up, he demanded. You asked for this spar, and you're damn well going to finish it. This ain't the academy, and playtime's over. You're officers, all of you, and if a small love tap like that's too much for you, you might as well roll over and die, because the hollows and traitors out there sure won't give you this kind of waiting time. Get up. Nodding, at the brink of tears, Shishiku stood up. Now, you come at me again. You throw a feint punch, then jab me in the gut, just like I showed you. It's not advanced. Did you slack off in hand-to-hand, boy? Well. No, sir, the officer mumbled. And stand with confidence. Renji said. You'll never win if you don't think you can. With perhaps a bit too much gusto, Shishiku charged at Renji. As instructed, he performed the feint, and jabbed at Renji. To his surprise, the punch hit home. Wasn't that hard, was it? Renji said to the shocked officer. It takes practice and pain. Mark my word, that's what makes any Shinigami any good at anything. Without warning, he punched him in the face, sending the young man tumbling. Let that be a lesson to you not to take your eyes off the enemy, he said firmly. Everyone's always trying to hit you, that's what you need to assume when you're fighting. Now get up. Grunting with pain, the officer stood up again. Renji nodded. That's good enough. Go take a seat. Gratefully, Shishiku shuffled off to the sides, joining his comrades. The crowd watched with fascination at their vice-captain, sharing his knowledge through pain, indeed, but it was worth it. Renji was an admired figure, strong and hard-working, and you'd never catch the captain fraternizing like this, teaching a special move or better form. So, who's next? There was some indecision, a few people seeming willing to learn, but not as willing to get pummeled. Finally, a young woman stepped up, looking a little terrified. Before a minute had passed, she was sent tumbling headfirst into the dust. Renji had changed a lot since he first joined. He had once been dependent, attached emotionally to a traitor and a fiend, but that was no longer the case. At first, he had denied it, but time and evidence had done their part, and he had come to resent her. Despise her. So it was that he sought out the 6th Division, to serve under the staunch and orderly Captain Kukaki. Not out of a desire to surpass him, he had once had that childish notion that he needed to be better than him. As if that would impress Rukia, as if that would make her want him. It was a young man's folly. No, he had sought him now because Kukaki Byakuya was the best of the best, and to redeem himself from being known as a student of the traitor, the best of the best was what he had to be. Renji had become a model officer. Not stiff or obsessed with following every little rule, he still had a little streak of punk left in him, but he had become a strict, strong officer in his own right. His hard work and talent had soon been recognized, and some 10 years ago he had been promoted to vice captain. Captain Kukaki was as hard as he was fair, and had a meritocratic streak atypical for such an exalted nobleman. Renji had been deemed the most fit, and had risen to the occasion. If Byakuya was the strict father of a large family, Renji was its collective big brother. Life was duty, he would say, and only in death did duty end. Such hard lessons, like pain and practice, he handed out every so often, like today. The young officers always listened, and endured the odd bruise here and there. Vice Captain. The voice was quiet, soft, and controlled yet masculine, the unmistakable sound of their captain. Renji stopped himself mid-punch, giving the female officer a much-needed respite, and all of them stood to attention. "Sir," Renji said, saluting. "Instructing the newcomers on close-quarter combat, sir." "So I can see," the captain said inscrutably. "You are all dismissed. Return to your normal duties." Immediately, the officers scurried away, eager to obey their captain. Byakuya stared at Renji. "You disapprove, sir?" Renji said. His voice was controlled, calm, but there was a small hint of nervousness. "You sent quite a few off hurting quite badly," Byakuya commented. "Some of their families have questioned whether your methods are appropriate." "This is a military division, sir," Renji said neutrally. "Kitty Gloves is for the academy. They're all of them soldiers, and they're supposed to fight hollows and insurgents any moment we need them to. They all need serious work. They hurt, but they learn. You maintain that your methods are sound, then?" "Unless you disagree, sir, yeah," Renji said flatly. "Pain's a part of life. So's dying. They need to learn the first and the second one both. They're officers, the upper tier of the division, and they owe it to you, to themselves, and to the Godai to be the best that they can be." Byakuya stayed silent, looking at his subordinate. It was subtle, but the man had a way of getting to people. "So what's your opinion, sir?" Renji said, after a short while. "That you have trained a fair share of strong warriors in your time here. I am not concerned with the whimpering of oversensitive noble families with an overinflated sense of self-importance." "Oh," Renji said, a bit surprised. "Well. Good." He scratched his head. "If you don't mind my asking, what did you want, then?" "Sir. We have a mission. Tonight. The both of us," Byakuya said. "What is it, then?" Byakuya told him. "Well, shit," Renji said. "A model officer, but some edges you just can't shave off." Rodrigo Sentry took a slow puff on one of his cheap cigarettes, leaned back in a no-nonsense office chair in a manner that was not quite non-nonsensical enough to not contrast with the Spartan, optimized look of the room. This office had been quite different when Omada Marekiyo had inhabited it. That slovenly idiot, best characterized by his fat, stocky frame, and even fatter head, had not used this officer for years now. Everyone, except perhaps Omada himself, knew that he had only held his position out of nepotism. Although a capable enough fighter, he was completely lacking in every quality a high-ranking officer should possess. When Rod, hard-working and driven by a neurotic need to achieve, had come along then, at last, Captain Soiphone had had enough of playing nice with the Marquis, and promptly demoted him. So the office had gone from a gaudy display of rich colors, thick rugs, and gold ornaments, to simple, neat bookshelves filled with files and books, a modest desk, and its one luxury a simple couch. At this moment, Rod was in no particular hurry. The further up the chain you were, the more administrative work you had to mind, and he avoided using secretaries or deputies as much as possible. Second Division had a tendency to make you paranoid, particularly if you were in the Stealth Corps. He had a stack of paperwork to go through, but it was not urgent. Although a boring and somewhat tedious chore, he knew he could go through it efficiently well within the expected deadline. Here, to himself, he indulged in his one vice, cheap tobacco, while thinking to himself. Like, for example, how bizarrely simple it was to hide things from the one agency made for the purpose of finding things out. For years, he had kept track of Erza, and for years, there had been report from scouts and various measuring equipment about her activities in Karakara town. If she had been trained in the Stealth Corps, like he, she would have known that the best way to not be found was to keep a low profile, and never stay too long in one place, and as was her nature, she had done the opposite. The first time he had intercepted a report, and lost it, his heart had skipped several beats every time a superior addressed him, 4 months afterward. But nothing had ever come of it. As he lost, misplaced, or sometimes even destroyed evidence of her presence, he realized it was alarmingly easy to hide things, because even trained spies didn't seem to look among their own ranks with mistrust. His biggest achievement in that department had been the Quincy incident. It was a miracle she hadn't been identified immediately, and Rod had pulled many favors to cover up and distort the incident. Officially it was listed as a Quincy skirmish, with any and all mention of Shinigami expunged. It had been at considerable risk he did this. Had he been found out, he would have been tried for treason and likely executed. Rod was not disloyal. You didn't dedicate yourself to murder and spying if you didn't believe what you were doing was important, or justified. But to him, it had always been simple. She had saved his life, physically and mentally, and that meant it was worth it. Rod was not disloyal, and that was why he had committed multiple acts of treason without hesitation. The nature of her disappearance, too, had given him purpose. He knew somebody had framed her, and to this day only he, Lieutenant Strauss, and Hinamori Momo believed in her innocence, because the case had been solid. Too solid. Too neatly laid out, with all the right evidence, easily found and provided. Usually that just meant the implicated party was guilty, but not she. He knew better. So he had kept an eye out over the years. Little irregularities, forming a pattern. Various shifts of power. Strange reports from the Rukon. Unexplained mysteries. What he had put together was conspiracy theory, and he knew it, but being paranoid didn't mean you were wrong. What he had found over the years, however circumstantial, had convinced him. There was a hidden power at work in the Godii, most likely a most empowered high-ranking officer, maybe even a vice-captain or a captain, working toward some unknown goal, most likely sinister. This unknown had framed Erza, left her to rot, and that was all he knew with any certainty. But now, things had changed. As of late, Erza's energies had stirred, and mixed with something else, something new. What else? Kukaki Rukia had gone missing some time ago, and a warrant for her arrest had been issued. Something, Rod knew, would happen soon. What exactly he couldn't be sure of, but he had an idea. Doing incredibly stupid, incredibly brave things was Erza's style, and Rukia, a longtime friend, despite her likely not reciprocating the feeling being taken in unjustly, would not go over well. Only he, Lieutenant Strauss, and Hinamori Momo believed in her. Only he knew she might be coming back. He would have shared the information, except it was an unnecessary risk, something to save until it was time. He only wished Hinamori wasn't such an idiot about it. While he and Strauss had kept their mouths shut, kept a low profile, she had loudly proclaimed her belief in a convicted traitor, multiple times. There was an ongoing investigation on her, a running file accumulating information in the case of treason, including a standing kill order just in case. She had no idea. She had grown explosively in terms of power and skill, compared to her old self, but she was still naive, still careless, still ignorant. Snapping out of his ponderings, Rod put out his cigarette in an ashtray, and began to go through his paperwork with meticulous efficiency. He had work to do at the division, and later. She was coming back, and the right people had to be informed. Thrust, stab, parry, counter-attack, thrust, slash. There was a soothing rhythm to it. Lysina swung her Shino with practiced precision, the bamboo practice sword just barely failing to hit her opponent. Hisagi Shihei was a skilled opponent, and although considerably junior compared to herself, a worthy match. Lysina had the advantage of experience, though, and his style was somewhat predictable. Formal, skilled, well-practiced but a little predictable. With a quick thrust forward, the point of her sword slammed into his forehead, and Hisagi staggered back. "Point," he said, keeping his voice neutral, but she could tell he was a little irked. He was known to be professional, cool, but there was a streak of pride in him. Something he most likely considered a flaw. "That puts the score at what?" Lysina said, almost playfully. 21-16 in your favor, senpai. Shihei said, his tone short. Too polite to say that she damn well knew, and was teasing him, of course. He was one of Erza's kids, and it showed in many ways. Stubbornly loyal, dedicated, skilled and devoted to his division. Where Renji had sought to be the best, Shihei was a different kind of model officer, doing his damnedest not to prove anything to himself, but out of a selfless devotion to the Godai, to his division, to the men and women under his command, following the example of his stoic captain. An impressive officer. And also, on another note, kind of cute. Go again. Lysina said, circling the practice ground. They were in Division 13, her home ground, in a private lodge for the highest-ranked officers. Shihei simply nodded, eager to fight again. Just like his one-time mentor, he did not know when to give up. Lysina was happy to oblige him. He was nearly at her own level, and made for good, challenging practice. She, of course, had risen to the top tiers of vice-captains with time. Her power and skill had been carefully nurtured over her many decades of service. Enough so, in fact, that it had earned her the rank of vice-captain here in 13th, Yokotake Jushiro finally deciding that the spot should not be vacant any longer. It was a lot of hard work, and Lysina often found excuses to lead excursions into the Rukon, or the living world. To purge hollows risking life and limb was far more preferable than being cooped up in an office, filling in forms and reports. She had come a long way since she first came here. The innocent, sweet girl from fairy tale had not died, not entirely, but she had hardened. The old Lysina Strauss was a memory now, and Vice-Captain Strauss was who she was today, a strong, stern leader with a penchant for, appropriately sanctioned, violence. She didn't think of herself as stiff, but she was certainly the harder part of 13's leadership. Captain Yokotake was not irresponsible or weak, but he was rather like a kitten compared to his more stern or dangerous colleagues, and Lysina had often found herself needing to play the bad cop. Not that she minded. Again Shihei came in a vicious set of thrusts. She just barely kept up, but she knew what was coming, a set of hard, fast attacks designed to put her on the defensive, followed by a feint. With relative ease, she anticipated the attack, caught his sword as it went low, and simply head-butted him. Shihei staggered back, a small look of frustration passing his face. He knew better than to complain that it was not according to formal rules. Much like Erza, Lysina was a firm believer in real-life techniques, in being ready for everything, because battle was never as smooth or simple as a formal spar or duel. 22. She said simply, and shot him a smile. Yes, senpai. Shihei said. Sweat was trailing down his forehead and arms. That sleeveless uniform really suited him. Again. He nodded. Good lad. On the surface, Aizen Saushik looked calm and ready, alert yet collected. Behind his desk, in his office, everything seemed quite normal, without any need for illusion. But underneath, he was plagued with an almost childish urgency, an ache in his very being to be elsewhere, to sit on his throne, to command his army of monsters, standing in the light as the conqueror, the lord-to-be of all of the afterlife. The charade that he had kept alive for centuries would soon, very soon, not soon enough, be null and void, and he would finally be able to stop pretending. The prospect filled him with excitement, anxiety, a number of emotions he typically considered himself above. Calm and focus, it seemed, were things you learned to maintain, rather than a natural state of character. A few more weeks, perhaps a month, and then the appropriate formalities would be at the minimum requirements. Executions took a long time to pass, they were considered a grave and momentous occasion. Of course, a small, irritably rational voice said, you could just find her, take her, and extract the orb in the peace and quiet of Hueco Mundo. There was reason to that plan. To gain what he wanted, to keep his cover intact, secretly build up his army, and strike while the Godiai's guard was down. It would be the most ruthlessly pragmatic thing to do, the one with the greatest chance of success. But, Eisen knew, he didn't want to. He was going to create a new world order, one of grandeur, excellence, and magnificence. He was going to cast away the old order, take in the ones willing to accept his new ways, and destroy the ones stubbornly dedicated to true progress. It was not just a battle of soldiers, but a battle of ideas. This demanded a formal declaration of war. Perhaps it was not the most viciously practical idea, but he wanted them to see it coming. He wanted them to know their failure, to know they were made obsolete, to know that their arrogance and pride had blinded them. He would step into the light, for all to see, and then, he would feel complete. That, and he frankly couldn't stand this life. Hiding who he truly was for all this time, smiling and pretending, to be awake and see every problem the world's had, and to be surrounded by the intellectually inept, people too content and settled down to want to acknowledge the glaring, obvious problems of their world. It grated on him. He had hidden himself to achieve a greater objective, but his patience was running out. To spend further years posing as a blinded idiot, among a society of blinded idiots, was utterly intolerable. He would step into the light. He would face the Godiai, head-on, and kill its valiant defenders. He would create a new world order, and once it was done, he would rule over both Hueco Mundo and the Soul Society, like a god-emperor of soul kind. The thought pleased him, and he smiled. Ah, hello, Captain. Is there something amusing? Eisen turned to look at the source of the cheery, almost chirping voice. He had left the door open, and in the doorway stood his loyal vice-captain, Hinamori Momo. Nothing at all, Hinamori, Eisen said, effortlessly sliding into his idiot-faced disguise, despite his unwillingness to do so. I was simply reflecting on the progress of our division. We have done well as of late, and it pleases me. That's right. Hinamori said happily. Things run very smoothly these days. The worst we get are a few complaints, or misdemeanors among the rank and file. You probably run the best division in the Godiai, except perhaps for the first. Of course he ran the best division. Despite his loathing for the order of things, Eisen had pride, or rather, his very existence was pride. A sloppy job would be intolerable. Oh, I don't know about that, he said meekly. I think the captain of 6th might have a few things to say about that. Honestly, he is such a slave driver, Momo huffed, in a small display of localized patriotism. You run a tighter ship, without acting like some stone-faced statue. No offense to Captain Kukaki, she added hastily. Hinamori was a bit of an oddity, Eisen mused. When first he had met her, he had seen a naive, impressionable girl just waiting to find somebody to adore. Talented, but severely blinded, a perfect example that intelligence and skill did not translate to wisdom or vision. He had recruited her specifically because of that impressionability. A particularly compliant vice-captain suited his cover best, one that would never question him. Of course, she never had, loyal to the core as she was, but curiously, she had resisted his attempts to manipulate her for the most part. She still regarded him as a paragon and a hero, of course, but his attempt to subtly brainwash her had not gone through. Not that he had put that much effort into it, it had been more of a game, a way to exercise his skills. The explanation, of course, was amusingly ironic. Her obsessive mind already had a fixation, a purpose, one that had driven her in another direction, Erza Scarlet, that pet project gone wrong. Still, Hinamori was almost endearing, in her ways. He thought of her fairly highly, for somebody unenlightened, rather like a well-trained dog, really. He also knew all about her little trips to the Rukon. Seeking out an old heretic deserter to learn his theories was an interesting choice indeed, and strangely out of character. Aizen had almost been tempted to seek him out himself, but had ultimately decided against it. It was of no interest to him, and his own experiments were much more fulfilling. I don't think he minds, he replied, with a hearty chuckle. But let's not forget you have a lot of credit to take as well. I couldn't run this place half as well without you. A bit of an exaggeration, but feeding her ego never hurt. He saw her cheeks flush, and knew he had succeeded. I'm just doing my best, really, she said, almost shyly. It's no big deal. I wouldn't be so sure, Aizen said, keeping a smile on his face. It wouldn't surprise me if you wore a Haori sometime in the future. Captain, don't tease. Hinamori chided him. Who says I am teasing? Aizen said, his tone deliberately teasing. Playing this game was sort of petty, but with his ascension so close yet so far away, he would take any distraction. Anyway, Hinamori said, still a bit red in the face, I brought the reports for last month's Terminator missions. No casualties, 63 missions carried out, for a total of 127 hollows purged. We finished third after Divisions 1 and 11. Excellent results, Aizen said. Put them on my desk, and I will review them. Quickly, Hinamori obeyed. Don't let me detain you, Aizen said. It was a polite way of saying get out, and she got the hint. Smiling at him, she left. Aizen watched her walk away. In a detached sort of way, he wondered what would become of her. She would be devastated, probably. Perhaps it would be kinder to kill her before it was time. After all, she would be an enemy once he waged his war. Aizen shrugged, and dismissed the thought. Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. In a small way, it felt difficult. Putting down a good pet did not come easy, even when the rationale was solid. It was evening, and Momo was headed back to her quarters. She had finished her duties for the day, and run a small errand buying a few new teas. A nice, warm pot of tea, and she'd get into bed, maybe read a little before going to sleep. Lost in thought as she was, she did not see it coming when a pair of strong hands grabbed her, one clamping over her mouth and the other twisting an arm behind her back, quickly pulling her into an alleyway. Momo twisted and flailed, trying to scream through the fingers of this attacker, her free hand reaching for her sword, but a kido flew out, wrapping around her wrist, holding it in place. Her mind was overwhelmed with fear. Who was this? What was he going to do? A number of scenarios rapidly raced through her mind, each one more horrifying than the next. Then a low, quiet, slightly raspy voice said, "Keep still. I'm not going to rape, kill, or abduct you. I just need to talk." Momo managed a somewhat angry, somewhat terrified mmmmph. "I'm going to let go of your mouth. Don't scream. Keep quiet. It's important. It's about Erza." The voice was no nonsense, neutral, and somewhat familiar. The pressure over her mouth eased, and Momo complied. She was in no mind to scream for help unless this attacker had something good to say. She would set his head on fire and make it burn to ash. Slowly the grip on her arm eased, and Momo quickly turned around. It was Rod Sentry, the vice captain of 2nd. "What the hell are you doing?" she hissed. "Debriefing. I made sure nobody would be watching." "You lunatic, have you ever considered just talking to people? Like a normal person?" Momo said angrily. "Keep it down," Rod said, his face steely. "This is sensitive. Nobody else must know." "You said it was about Erza," Momo said, her curiosity winning out over her anger. "She's likely to come back soon," Rod said plainly. "Naturally, you didn't hear that from me. In fact, you didn't hear it at all, and if anybody around you gets the impression that you did, you will be investigated for treason. Understood?" "Lunatic," Momo hissed again. "But, she's coming back. Need to know only," Rod said. "For reasons relating to an old friend of hers, she may or may not come back to the Soul Society. When she does, she will make a ruckus. She will need friends." "Friends?" Momo said, blinking. "You mean wait, you are on her side? You know she's in a stash." Quickly, Rod clasped a hand over her mouth again. "The way you say that so loudly is why nobody else told you." he said coldly. Yes, she has friends. I already slipped a note to listen to Strauss. I'm contacting you in person because I need to make sure you don't fly off the handle. Be ready this coming month and don't let it show. She's really coming back. Momo said, a little overwhelmed. The notion of it was like an emotional landslide, a flood sweeping over her mind. Maybe not. Rod said. Either way she will need us. Can I trust you to keep quiet? As a mouse. Momo said emphatically, her anger having washed away. For what it's worth, you were right. Rod said. Somebody did frame her. I knew she wouldn't dash, Momo began, but Rod cut her off. That's enough chit-chat. Keep your head down, and I'll do the same. When the moment comes, do what you think is right but don't be stupid about it. Think. That's all I ask. Of course, Momo started. I promise I will dash. But Rod had leaped onto a wall, and propelled himself to a roof, and from there slipped down onto another alley nearby, vanishing in the span of a few seconds. Momo sighed. Those stupid stealth corpsmen. But the frustration was nothing compared to the elation. She was coming back. Her Erza was coming back, and she would need help. All her training, all her hard work, it would finally pay off. She balled her fists, and a firm look crossed her face. I'll be ready, she thought. I won't let her down. Chapter 34, A Friend Never Meant to Belong. Are you sure it will be okay? Rukia said, a hint of anxiety in her voice, as she and Ichigo made their way up to the front door of the Kurosaki residence. Oh, come on, Ichigo said reassuringly. With how big of an impact you made on my life, you could at least meet my family. Mom and Dad already know, so there's no need to put on a show. He had managed to convince her, with some effort, to come in for dinner one afternoon. Ichigo himself wasn't a social animal, but he figured it was a good enough idea. For the time being, she was part of his life, and she might as well get to know his loved ones. Ichigo went to open the door, but was showed up by his youngest sister Yuzo, who had no doubt watched them walking up the street. Cheerily she opened the door, ushering Rukia inside. Come in, she said excitably. You're Kokaki Rukia, yes? So nice to meet you. Ah, yes, nice, Rukia said, feeling a little overwhelmed as Yuzo shook her hand energetically. My, aren't you lively? Come on, I'll introduce you to the others, Yuzo said, either ignoring or not hearing Rukia's comment. Tugging at Rukia's hand, she all but dragged her toward the living room. Is she always this? Rukia whispered, making a gesture with her head. She's just excited because you're from the afterlife. Ichigo said, and shrugged. She loves those things. You told her? Rukia hissed. Mom did, actually, Ichigo said. Figured after my whole transformation and that big fight she had with Erza, it would be hypocritical to let me know all this stuff but keep my sisters in the dark. Karen's still skeptical, but Yuzo was overjoyed. Guys, they're here. Yuzo said happily, finally letting go of Rukia. They were in the living room, where Karen was sat on a couch, playing some sports game on her PlayStation, and Ishine was just relaxing in a comfortable chair. Masaka was nowhere to be seen, although she could be heard well enough, stirring in the kitchen. Hi. Karen said unemphatically, not taking her eyes off the screen. Ishine, however, was every bit her opposite, standing up with a look of dorky cheer on his face. Ah, Rukia. He said, putting his beer down and holding his arms out. So here's the woman I can thank for making a man out of my boy, eh? Rukia hadn't met any of them before, not in person, but had gotten the impression that Ishine was a bit of a loudmouth. His reputation did not disappoint. Dad, shut up, Ichigo said bluntly. Ah, am I embarrassing you in front of your little friend? Ishine said with a grin. Come on in, I'll bust out the baby pictures. Dad. Ichigo snarled angrily, and Ishine burst into laughter. Just hassling you, son. So, you're Rukia, eh? We've heard great things about you. Yes, Rukia said, somewhat sheepishly. That's me. It was a little awkward, lame jokes aside, to come in here. No matter what Erza would say about how Ichigo was bound for this kind of fate anyhow, she couldn't help but feel she had brought him into a world of danger. Facing his family filled her with guilt. Irrational guilt, but emotion does not care about rationality. But, something else in her mind noted, the more astute, soldierly part of her, haven't I seen that face before? She took a closer look. Ishine. Ishine, that had been the name of Kyan's clan head. Kyan, who looked like he was Ichigo's twin brother. Shiba Ishine, she realized, that was a familiar name. Perhaps noticing the look on her face, Ishine said, "We're all very excited to have you here. Aside from Erza, we've never met a real Shinigami before. We don't know anything about that at all, you see." Rukia could swear she saw him wink, and took a deep breath. "Why yes. Of course, yes. Well, feel free to make yourself at home," he said heartily. "Or perhaps Ichigo would like to give you a guided tour of his room. We'll give you some privacy if dash." "Dad." Ichigo growled. "For Pete's sake, Dad, leave it alone," Karen muttered. "Just because you have children, it doesn't mean you have to try to embarrass them." "Betrayal." Ishine jeered dramatically. "My own flesh and blood, turning against me? We do it all the time, because you're being an idiot," Karen said coldly. She paused her game, and looked at Rukia. "Hi." "Hi," Rukia said tamely, waving at her. "So you're the alleged Shinigami, then?" "Usually, yes. At the moment, no. It's complicated." Karen stood up, leaned her head to the side, and gave her a skeptical look. "Can you prove it?" "Pardon?" Rukia said. "Proof? I mean, I'm suddenly being told to reject everything I know about science, reason, and logic, and I'm not seeing much good evidence. Do you have any proof?" "No." Rukia said lamely. "Ignore her. Most girls her age find some dumb idol or put on black clothes and crap, but she's turned into a skeptic," Ichigo said, and rolled his eyes. "Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence," Karen proclaimed. Yeah, and dash," Ichigo began. Their argument to be was cut short, however, by Masaka's voice calling to them from the kitchen. "Dinner's ready, you guys. Come get it while it's hot." Almost immediately, Ishine and Yuzo got up, and Karen followed suit, although she gave Ichigo a glare. "When she calls, you go," Ichigo said, and followed the others. "Sort of how it works around here." "Right," Rukia said. The Kurosakis were a colorful bunch. It was funny to think that Ichigo seemed to be the most normal one. "So, Rukia," Yuzu said excitably, as the six of them sat down around the table, Yuzu having put herself next to Rukia, "can you tell us about the afterlife?" "Yuzu, take it easy," Masaka said, in a motherly tut-tut. "At least wait till the food is served before you start pestering our guest." "All right," she said, seeming a bit disappointed. The food, it turned out, was a rich fish stew of some sort, served with sticky rice. Masaka was an excellent cook, Rukia had to admit as she took her first few bites. It was painfully obvious, though, that Yuzu was not going to let this go. She was staring at Rukia like a kid at Christmas. "She's a soldier, Yuzu," Ichigo said. "They can't just go around telling people about how things work on the other side. It's classified and stuff." "Right," Rukia said, grateful for the assist. "Classified? Really?" Yuzu said, and the look of disappointment in her face was like a knife twisting in Rukia's chest. "Of course, there are some things I could say." Rukia relented. She explained in brief about the Soul Society, about souls and hollows, avoiding any specific details. Gotei protocol forbade this sort of thing strictly, but she was already breaking more than a few rules as it was. "And that's why a plus soul has a chain," Rukia finished. "Whoa," Yuzu said, her mouth a neato. "I bet she can't present empirical evidence to back any of that up," Karen huffed. "We have plenty of science, actually," Rukia said. "We're not really magic, if you think about it. Just differently physical." "Interesting," Karen said. Her eyes were skeptically narrowed still, and Rukia doubted she had convinced her. But, I actually wanted to ask, she said, turning to Masake, quickly changing the topic. I'm surprised I was actually invited. Why is that? Masake said innocently. I hope this isn't going to ruin the mood, but I was told of how you felt about Ichigo being part of this. Rukia said. Ichigo gave her an unmistakable look, one that clearly said shut up, but Rukia continued. It was an accident, you see. Masake sighed. Yes, I had quite an outburst back then. That's putting it mildly. Ishine said bluntly. He received a glare for his troubles, and promptly shut his mouth. I was doing something foolish. Masake said. The words sounded a little forced, as if she was loath to admit it, but admit it, she did. I've had time to adjust now. It's for the best, even if I don't like that he has to do it. At any rate, if you hadn't been there, it would have been a lot worse. He would have been dead, Rukia thought, remembering Ichigo's words. That counts for something. I'm glad, then, Rukia said, awkwardly taking another bite from her plate. It runs in the blood. No helping it. My past with the spiritual was not very pleasant. At any rate, Ichigo has 2 good tutors now, he'll be fine. Ichigo looked a bit awkward, seeming embarrassed at the notion of being praised by his mother in front of somebody else. He's really quite good, Rukia assured her. That's my boy, kicking ass and taking names. Ishine said. It made sense, when you thought about it. With a Quincy for a mother and a captain for a father, it really did run in the blood. Yeah, whatever. Ichigo grumbled. Don't be modest, boy. Ishine cheered. You've a gift, and if you keep working hard, you could get any girl you want. He's still getting an education and a job, Masake said firmly. The spiritual may be real, but so is everything else. Yeah. Ichigo muttered. His mother was a very determined woman, it seemed. Rukia couldn't blame her. With a goofball father like that, and the weight of his new power weighing down on him, it might be what he needed. She smiled, as she watched them talk, bicker, and converse while eating. This was family, of an entirely different kind from what she was used to. She found she did not mind it. The ground shook, with Chad's ferocious punch slamming into the ground of the vast basement. Ichigo nimbly took 1, 2, 3 skips backward, his sword held at the ready. As the giant charged in, passionately roaring out, Ichigo dashed to the side, catching him in the side with a fist. Chad staggered back, and Ichigo took the opportunity to put him on defense, lashing out with a series of wild, fast cuts. Not far from there, Orium flung one blast after another at Uryu, who was dodging each shot easily. The young Quincy had softened a bit as of late, in no small part thanks to his patient, loving aunt, and had volunteered to help. As a result, Orium was getting a stronger and stronger grasp of her powers, a deeper understanding of it, while Uryu was learning to deal with a different kind of style. Just in sight, past a large boulder, Tatsuki was running series after series of quick hits and strikes against her not-sensei, who patiently stopped every now and then to give her student feedback. The staff had initially been difficult, but once she had picked up the basics, she had turned out a natural, mixing her already significant martial arts skills with her new weapon. Rukia watched all of it with interest, alongside Erza. It was not just Ichigo who had come a long way in a short time, but his friends too, now that they were all part of this as more than just bystanders. It was fascinating to watch, and she began to understand the appeal of mentorship to impact somebody else, to make them something better, to build a lot from a little. To plant a seed, and watch it grow. Erza, who occasionally would bark out an order or a comment, probably wouldn't put it quite so poetically, but there was no mistaking her dedication. Life was funny. One day, you're out on your first ever living world on the assignment. The next thing you know, you're powerless and watching a bunch of teenagers do things it took officers decades to learn. What was worse, Rukia realized, was that she had started thinking of them as friends. She had gotten to know most of them fairly well, Ichigo and his gruff demeanor and begrudging decency, Orium and her bizarre combination of intelligence, compassion and lack of a grasp on reality, Tatsuki and her dogged, stubborn dedication to becoming something better. Even Chad and Uriu, neither of whom were very approachable, had somehow ingratiated themselves to her. They were a group of friends. Not always merry, not always getting along, but always there for each other. Life was funny, and deeply unfair. Because she knew it couldn't last. At most, it would take another month before her lack of reports would become pressing enough to investigate, if they hadn't already. She would be taken back, her powers retrieved, and that would be that. If they were lucky, the Godai would just take his powers and not investigate the matter further. If not, she didn't want to think about it. And even if she could ever come back to see them, she was Shinigami and they were human, and from that perspective humans were as mayflies. Without even factoring in unnatural causes, diseases, childhood deaths, humans lived on average 70 and some years. A Shinigami could live, in theory, forever. They aged, albeit so slowly that not one of them had ever died of natural causes. Rukia herself was over 150. In a decade, all of them would have graduated, gotten jobs, families, and a few more decades, they'd be raising a new generation. Another decade or two, and they would be dead. And it would seem like the blink of an eye. There was an afterlife, sure, but it was vast and often impossible to navigate. Before too long, she would have gone away from them, and she might never see them again. Rukia snapped herself out of her melancholy. This was no time for ennui. When you had eternity, or rather, serving until you were violently killed ahead of you, the best you could do was enjoy the moment. She smiled again, and watched Ichigo and Chad fight, both of them seeming tireless. So far, she thought, they've come so far. I hope it will be enough. The message came that very same night. She lay restless in her bed, Orium having fallen asleep at least an hour ago. Erza was still in the basement, doing some late-night training, and wouldn't be back till late. It was then when the hell butterfly flapped in, passing through the glass of the window as if it were nothing. For but a second, she thought it was a stray moth. Almost immediately, though, she recognized it, the unmistakable shape of the all-black little entity. The messenger of Shinigami, and the most foreboding way possible to pass a simple message along. Trembling a little inside, she sat up in her bed, and extended her hand so that it could land on her finger. With its light touch, the words flowed into her mind. Kukaki Rukia, 13th Division, unseated. Reported for multiple infractions, including failure to report, absence, meddling with mortals. You will be found and brought in for questioning. You will rendezvous with Godai officers at your nearest rally point. Failure to comply will be added to the list of charges. Rukia was wide awake now, totally alert. Rendezvous. There were several places designated, one not far from here. No matter what, she realized, she could not let herself be found here, or anywhere near new friends. No time for goodbyes, no time for anything hastily. She discarded her pajamas, put her clothes on, and rushed downstairs. After clumsily putting her shoes on, she quickly headed outside, hoping Orium hadn't heard anything. She did not have time to explain, no time for goodbyes, she just had to get away. Part of her knew they would still have to find Ichigo, to sever the spiritual links that held her power in his body. She cursed inwardly, hoping he wouldn't do anything stupid, but no matter the case, it was out of her hands now. Jogging at the slow, weak pace of a human, she headed out into the night. Kukaki Byakuya stepped out of the Senkaimon, Renji following closely behind him. The gateway closed, and gracefully, the two of them descended the 20 or so yards down to ground level. "Do you sense her?" Byakuya asked. He was more than capable of finding her himself, he knew, but he preferred to let his junior officer do the work. The more experience he could garner, the better. "Not yet, no," Renji mumbled, looking around. Checking the rally points. "Wait, there." Rukia saw them from afar. At first she didn't believe her eyes, but the Ryotsu signature was unmistakable. Her own noble brother, having come for her personally? Along with Renji? Her jog slowed to a walk as she got closer. "Well, look at that," Renji said neutrally. "So you came willingly after all?" "Of course I did," Rukia said. "I'm not some rogue." "Sure hope so," Renji said. His voice was gruff, and he seemed a little angry. Roughly, he grabbed her by the arm. But then there was an arrow, a projectile of light, swirling past them. It nearly hit Renji in the head, missing it only by a millimeter. "The things you see late at night," Uriah said, standing further down the street. He wasn't wearing his Quincy uniform, likely having come here in a rush, despite how cool he tried to seem. "I just so happened to run an errand for sewing equipment, and 2 Shinigami brigands assault a defenseless girl. What new lows won't you stoop to? Butt out before I cave your face in, shithead," Renji snarled. "This don't concern you." "On the contrary," Uriah said, stringing his bow with another arrow, "I think it does." "You fool!" Rukia cried out. "Leave it alone. You'll get yourself killed." "On my honor as a gentleman, on my honor as a Quincy, I cannot," Uriah said stubbornly. "Deal with it," Byakuya said, his voice quiet and firm. "You got it," Renji said, letting go of Rukia. "Buddy, you asked for it." Slowly he pulled out his Zanpakuto, and took a step forward. Erza felt it almost the instant it happened. The gateway opening, and 2 sources of immense riot so, not even bothering to mask themselves. She knew both signatures well, Captain Kukaki Byakuya and her old student, Aburai Renji. Elsewhere, and closing, the signature of Uriah Ishida. And not far away, Ichigo's signature, leaving his house and heading out, no doubt toward the new arrivals. Immediately, she sheathed her Zanpakuto, and made her way toward the ladder up. "Where are you going?" It was the voice of Urahara Kisuke, blocking her way. "They're coming." "You felt it too," Erza said bluntly. "She might need help. Uriah's on the way, and he might do something stupid. Ichigo's on the way, too, and he will definitely do something stupid. They're going to retrieve Rukia's power," Urahara said. "Hopefully, it will go smoothly. It's not worth revealing your presence for." "Don't care," Erza said stubbornly. "That's a captain out there, and a cold bastard at that. I can't risk it." "I have a plan," Urahara reassured her. "Just trust me dash." "Screw your plan," Erza said flatly. "I don't trust you. Not now, not with this. I'm going." She brushed past him, and started walking, quickly. Urahara sighed. "I thought you would say that." Tessai. From where the muscular, bespectacled man had come, she had no idea. But he was here, walking toward her, slamming his hands together to form a seal. She knew what it was, and quickly leaped forward, toward the ladder. Binding Art 63, Sajusabaku. Tessai burst out, and all around her, the golden chains manifested, wrapping neatly around her. Erza swore, and collapsed to the ground before she had come close to the ladder. She struggled against the bindings, with all her might, but they had wrapped around her tightly. "Please, do not resist," Tessai said, ever polite. "These chains are far too effective to break at the moment." "Let me go," Erza snarled. "You son of a bitch, let go. They're in danger out there." "I'm sorry, Miss Scarlet," Urahara said, walking up to her and crouching down in front of her, looking down on her. "You leave me no choice. There is a plan, and you revealing yourself would throw a wrench in it. You will have to sit this one out. Let go. I'll kill you, you bastard." Erza snarled, continuously struggling. The chains would not budge, and she flapped around helplessly, like a fish on dry land. "I swear to everything I hold dear, I'll get you." "Damn it, let go." "My apologies, and I mean that sincerely," Urahara said and stood up. "But I have no choice in this." He was so damn fast. Uriah was used to being the fastest thing around, and it had come as quite a shock to see this Shinigami not only match his speed, but exceed it. Uriah had dashed around, firing wildly, and 1 or 2 of his arrows had hit, but they seemed to have no effect, other than causing a flesh wound or 2, which the man had promptly ignored. Then the Shinigami had caught up, cut him from shoulder to hip, and Uriah had known true pain for the first time in his life. Currently, Uriah was just barely standing up, somehow managing to keep going despite his injury. He suspected the Shinigami was barely even trying, because in this state, Uriah was easy prey. The Shinigami flicked his sword to the side, ridding his sword of blood. "You never been cut before, boy, have ya?" he said. "I'm not done yet," Uriah said stubbornly, although he knew that was mostly a lie. The Shinigami was like a locomotive, fast, powerful, nearly unstoppable. So this was the power of an elite officer? It was so different from Ichigo. Smooth and well-trained, not a movement wasted, and powerful to boot. "Good on ya," the Shinigami said. He stood just a couple of yards away. Uriah had no time to react when he surged forward, slamming his head into Uriah's. Uriah fell over, seeing stars. "Well, that does it for him," Renji said, and shrugged. "Now we just need to find where her powers went. We will not have to wait." Byakuya said. "Huh. Yeah, I guess you're right, sir," Renji said. He could feel it now, a huge, raging power source heading their way pretty fast for an amateur. It was bright, bold, and strong, too bright, in fact, blazing away its energy without restraint. Bloody amateurs. Ichigo slid to a halt in front of the red-headed thug in front of him, having dashed across the rooftops and telephone poles of the town, landing with comparative grace. He wasn't sure what was going on, except Rukia looked scared, Uriah was down on the ground bleeding, and there stood the guy who did it, blood still on his sword. Quickly, Ichigo sensed for Uriah's vital signs. His Ryutsu was stable, and although he was bleeding, he didn't seem to be near death. "Good enough. I don't know who the hell you are," he said, his voice, "but you better step away from Rukia now." He was all talk, and he knew it. The man in front of him, the tattooed thug with a cocky grin on his face, felt strong, dangerous. The man behind him seemed even worse, his energy quiet, restrained, and very, very large. These were elite Shinigami, he realized, most likely beyond him. Not that it made him think of backing down. "You," the thug said. "You're the one that stole her power, ain't you?" "What's it to you?" Ichigo said, pulling his sword out. He knew where this was headed, and wouldn't let himself be caught off guard. "Nothin'," said the thug, "except I'm probably going to kill ya." "Ichigo, you fool!" Rukia cried, something desperate in her voice. "Run. You can't beat him. Go get help." Ichigo considered it for a second. Erza was definitely better equipped to handle it, but she was probably also on her way already. If the Shinigami in front of him was that much stronger, he was probably also faster. Running away wouldn't do him any good. "Try it," he said, mustering what courage he could. "Attaboy," the Shinigami said. He raised his sword, and took a stance. "As a courtesy, even for scum like you, my name is Aburai Renji, 6th Division, Vice Captain." Vice Captain? That sounded like a high rank. No wonder. In an instant, Renji came at him, fast and furious. Ichigo was shocked that he even reacted in time, but somehow, his sword came up just in time to block the sideways slash. Months upon months of training kicked in, and he anticipated the next strike, and batted it aside, immediately stabbing forward with a counter-attack. Nimbly, Renji dodged it, and took a step back, a curious expression on his face. Now that's something. Counter-attacking? Might have worked if that oversized thing wasn't so slow. He had a grin on his face, and Ichigo realized he was enjoying himself. Again, he lunged forward, a series of fast cuts and thrusts raining down on Ichigo. He parried and dodged, just barely avoiding any real damage, although he felt at least 3 little stings as a glancing blow here and there cut at his arms and torso. The reality of it registered somewhere in Ichigo's mind. His opponent was fast, strong, better trained, and unlike his aunt, he was trying to hurt him for real. Kill him. But his aunt's lessons stayed with him. He could practically hear her voice in his head. He's controlling the pace of the battle. Break the cycle, or be broken. Forcefully, Ichigo swung out in a wide arc, simultaneously hopping back. He felt the hot sting of a sword's edge rake across his face, and warm blood streaming down his cheek. He was prepared this time, though, and for some reason, he found he wasn't that difficult to follow. Frightening and strong, but not overwhelming. Not nearly as bad as his aunt. Just like that, those months of grueling training made him feel deeply grateful. "Well, shit," Renji said, not sounding displeased, "you're not really that much of an amateur, are ya?" "Sure I am," Ichigo said defiantly, "I just had a good teacher." "Teacher, huh?" Renji said, cocking his head. "I wonder." Whatever he wondered, Ichigo didn't find out, as the vice-captain immediately lashed out into a quick series of careful stabbing thrusts, rapid and carefully controlled. Ichigo kept up, though. "Your sword is large, heavy, and unsubtle," his aunt's voice echoed in his mind, "but it has reach and power over the typical Zanpakuto. It has weaknesses, but it has strengths too. Use them." Carefully, Ichigo parried the first few strikes, then hopped back twice, out of range for Renji's next strike, and struck back with a hard overhead blow. It missed, Renji batting it away easily, but Ichigo was setting the tempo now. With slow, methodic, powerful swings, he hit back, keeping out of the vice-captain's counter-attacks. He was doing it. He wasn't overextending. He wasn't making those mistakes. He was holding his own. Ichigo's heart soared, as he saw Renji take his first step back. Reinvigorated, Ichigo redoubled his efforts. It became a slow, vicious grind, both of them moving their blades at a speed greater than any human could, neither managing to injure the other. Finally, Renji caught Ichigo's blade, and as it thrust forward, he planted his foot in the younger Shinigami's chest, firmly kicking him backward. Ichigo lost his balance, but quickly went into a roll, letting the momentum propel him back onto his feet. Renji had paused, and looked at him curiously. "What are you, kid?" "Enough. Finish it, Renji." The voice, quiet and restrained, made it all clear there was to be no further delays. "Yes, sir," Renji said firmly. He held down his sword low, horizontally in front of him. "I'm about to show ya something special, kid." "You about to bust out your shikai?" Ichigo said defiantly. "You know your shit, don't you?" Renji said. There was a faint glow to the sword, as he ran his hand over the blade. "Howl, Zabumaru." The sword expanded, growing in length. It broadened, too, and Ichigo could see a number of spikes having formed along the length of the blade, ending in nasty-looking double-headed spike at the tip of the sword. It looked less like a blade, and more like some vicious weapon of war. Whatever length or weight advantage he'd had was now gone. Renji felt different now too, his Ryutsu seeming to have grown somewhat. Ichigo barely had time to react as the man surged forward. He managed to block the first strike. Nobody had any business moving a blade that large that fast, Ichigo thought, but he was pushed back, and one of the spikes bit into his shoulder. Blood spurted out, and Ichigo cried out with pain. A sizable flesh wound had been ripped open, and Renji was giving him no time to rest. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times he struck, Ichigo being pushed back full stop. Catching a hard swing from above, Ichigo pushed back, his muscles screaming in protest. "Gotta give it to ya, punk," Renji said, a fierce grin on his face. "Ya made a good run of it." "I'm not done," Ichigo grunted, barely having the concentration to speak. Renji kicked him again, and Ichigo barely had the time to bring up his sword. As Zabumaru came down, though, Ichigo suddenly felt a rush of pain, as he was stabbed in the shoulder, in the back 3 times. Not even realizing what had happened, he looked at his enemy's Zanpakuto, interlocked with his own. Its segments had split, held together with some sort of wiry string, and 4 of them had simply wrapped around Ichigo's frame, cutting deep into his body. "That's Zabumaru," Renji said pridefully. He took a step back, and in one ruthless motion, he yanked the sword toward him. The pain quadrupled as the spikes, embedded in his flesh, ripped free. His mind was free of thought, entirely occupied with the pain, and he staggered back, somehow managing to still hold his sword up. Renji hopped back a few steps, and began to swing his sword around. It swirled and coiled like a whip, lashing out at Ichigo, each strike filled with toothy, ruthless promises of pain and death. Ichigo wasn't sure how he was even conscious, let alone managing to dodge or parry, but something was for sure, he wasn't winning. Where the hell was Erza? Nobody will come to save you. In some distant corner of his mind, the advice of his mentor echoed again. Sometimes, you will have nobody to rely on but yourself. These moments make you who you are. You overcome, or you will die. The realization sunk in. He was going to die. He was going to die, fighting against an enemy he was badly outmatched against, no matter how hard he tried. He could feel despair at the edge of his mind. Dying. The end of all he was. To leave behind a grieving family. To fall short of all he could accomplish. Death. Hell no. Somewhere in him, something rose, a reserve of power brought out from desperation, anger, and pure stubbornness. If he was going to die, he was going to do his damnedest not to. He was going to do his worst. He could die when he had no strength left to fight with. Roaring out, he collected himself, ignored the pain, and pushed back. Renji hesitated. The kid had been all but done, just a strike or two away from getting his head cut off, but suddenly, it was all different. His riot suit had not only grown, madly so, but changed. It felt different. Somebody so beat up should not be able to charge forward that fast. Yet there he was, madly slashing and hacking, seemingly having forgotten his discipline, and it was somehow pushing him back. Him. Renji, the vice captain of 6th. A mere mortal with borrowed powers. This was madness. Hardly even thinking, Ichigo pushed the vice captain back, his sword working with a furious speed. His muscles screamed with pain from the strain, but it barely even registered. He was doing it. He was pushing him back. He was winning. Then suddenly, Ichigo collapsed. Not even knowing what had happened, or how his face had come in contact with the asphalt under his feet, or where all his power had gone, he glanced up. Above him, with a cold, indifferent expression, stood the other Shinigami, looking down on him. Ichigo wanted to cry out, curse him, try and get back up, but he couldn't even move his lips. He was barely even breathing. You took too long. He said indifferently. Sorry, sir, Renji mumbled. He was unexpectedly able. Byakuya said dismissively. No matter. I severed the link that bound Rukia's powers to his frame. He is a human soul again. His power is dissipating. Do I kill him, sir? Renji said. We should dash. Suddenly, 3 bright yellow shining arrows had struck him in the chest, and he staggered back. Not a millisecond later, another dozen had followed it, firing in a relentless stream. Byakuya reacted quickly, nimbly moving out of the way. Renji moved, too, although hurt, stunned and surprised, more than injured. Appearing over her son, in a flash, was Kurosaki Masaki. She looked like nothing special, in a simple housewife's clothes, but there was no mistaking her riot suit. Powerful, well-controlled and well-managed, even after years of inactivity. I don't know what you're here for, she said, her tone icily furious, like only a mother who has seen her children hurt can sound, but you hurt my boys. Byakuya wasted no time, immediately speeding forward. She was a Quincy, undoubtedly, and unlike the first one she was strong enough to be a threat. Drawing his sword in one swift motion, he surged toward her in a smooth, well-practiced shunpo, aiming to take her head off. To his frustration, though, she not only matched his pace but outmatched it, speedily dashing back and around, letting loose a furious hail of arrows as she did. Try as he might, Byakuya could not dodge them all, and 3 arrows found their mark within a second, even if 20 shots had been missed for each hit. Focusing, he dashed toward her, reading her signature as he went. Angry, very angry, yet not lacking the legendary Quincy control. Powerful. Dangerous. It was no wonder the false Shinigami had been so powerful. Apparently these were her sons, and it seemed their progenitor was stronger by far. But the fundamental truth of Shinigami and Quincy did not change. He was Shinigami, a spirit elevated to the highest form, possessed of power and skill matched by only a handful of people. The 3 wounds from the arrows that had hit his chest barely even slowed him down. Yet, one mistake from the Quincy, and she would be over, because Quincy's were human and humans were full of weak, vital spots. A cut across the neck, or through the torso, either would be enough. It was frustrating, then, that she would not relent. Byakuya was not used to being outpaced but placed under the limit release as he was, at a mere 20% of his total power, he was unable to close the distance. In the meantime, she would continue to rain down arrows on him. Still maintaining his speed, dodging the scores of arrows coming his way, Byakuya held his Zanpakuto out. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Ichigo had somehow managed to prop himself up on his elbows. He felt weak, powerless, and very much in pain in way too many places, but it was all forgotten the moment he realized what was going on. It was faint, and his ability to sense was fading, but he could feel it. His mom was out there, moving around the area in a total blur, arrows loosing from her bow like brightly colored machine gun rounds, targeting another blur, the other Shinigami, he guessed. Then suddenly, the two of them stopped their mad dashes, landing a bit further down the street. The cold Shinigami did not appear to have a sword anymore, holding on to what looked like a plain hilt, but there was something in the air, like a glitter of red. His mother was bleeding. There was a series of thin cuts on her chest, her face, and Ichigo wanted to stand up, to scream, to rush at the bastard Shinigami who had done this to her, but his strength failed him totally. "I commend you, woman," said the Shinigami. "You evaded most of my Senbonzakura, even when I guided it. Lay down your arms here and now, and I will let you and your kin live." "You have seen nothing yet," Masaki snarled, and once again strung her bow. "As you please," he said neutrally, and made a gesture with his hand. The red things once again ran through the air, but Masaki was faster. A second later, she stood behind the Shinigami, and let loose a fully charged bolt into his back. He let out a gasp, and staggered. Ichigo was filled with a rush of emotions. He wanted to cheer, to tell her to show him what for, to beat him down, kill him. But he could manage nothing, and a second later, it was back on. Masaki had fired her second shot almost immediately after, but remarkably, the Shinigami was already gone, and the red things were chasing her through the air. Again they dashed back and forth around the street, faster than the human eye could follow. It was clear, though his mother's bow was the superior weapon. The things chasing her were not fast enough to catch her, and no matter how lethal, they did not stop her from firing her weapon non-stop. Deep in the pit of his stomach, Ichigo felt some kind of hope. If Byakuya hadn't had such well-practiced self-restraint, he would have growled with anger. To be thus tied up, with a Quincy stronger and faster than anything he had expected to face, was an indignity in itself. Restrained as he was, there seemed to be little he could do. As he dashed and dodged, he weighed his options. Bankai was not an option. No mere Quincy was worth it, nor was this simple excursion something that should merit something so drastic. Lifting his limit release would solve the problem, but it required getting in contact with the Godai and gaining authorization. As it stood, the most breathing room he had was the 10th of a second. Never make it more complicated than it had to be. That was a lesson he didn't remember nearly as well as he should, but one that he needed to consider. Simple Shunpo had not worked. Shikai had not had the desired effect. But his arsenal was far from exhausted. An idea formed in his mind. Simple, but efficient. All he needed was an opening. Masaki was barely thinking. For nearly 20 years, she had had little to no practice with the arts, and she was out of shape. Yet it all remained, the knowledge and power of the Quincy arts. It was like riding a bike. She could feel herself tiring, there was no telling for how long she could keep this up. She had hit the bastard several times, but he seemed unaffected. He bled, all right, but he didn't even seem to acknowledge it. A red-hot filter of rage kept her going. She was filled with it, no, consumed by it, in a manner only a mother fighting for her children could be. She had to have fired thousands of arrows by now. Most of the shots went wide, from lack of practice and from overexcitement, and she knew her skill was not what it used to be. But still, she kept going. Then suddenly, the Shinigami dashed the other way, onto a rooftop and down to the street again, some 20 yards away from her. Stopping there, she saw his sword reshape. Not hesitating, Masaki walked forward, her bow strung, waiting for him to make his move. He stood still. Masaki dashed forward, aiming again for a close-up hit, with a fully charged arrow. Her bow arm was fully drawn as she charged forward, every meter seeming to pass by in slow motion. Suddenly she stood there, just behind him, and Ichigo felt something was wrong in his gut the moment the Shinigami bastard stopped. Too confident, too assured, too at ease. He wanted to cry out, but couldn't. His mother dashed forward, in the blink of an eye, appearing right behind him. And then the shot went wide, as the Shinigami twisted to the side, suddenly facing her, pointing 2 fingers at her. Bakudo 61, Rakujo Kuro. He said dispassionately, not an ounce of emotion in his voice. Immediately, 6 pillars of light slammed into Masaka's midsection. Realizing too late what had happened, she tried to move, twist away, but she was firmly stuck. The bow in her hand dissipated, as she used both hands, in vain, to try and break herself free. The Shinigami grasped his sword in both hands, and raised it high. Inside Ichigo, a last, untouched source of energy broke loose, and he managed to cry out. No! He cut her cleanly, from shoulder to hip. Blood splattered, staining his white haori, looking almost black in the moonlight. The yellow rods disappeared, and Masaka collapsed to the ground as if all her bones had suddenly disappeared, quite lifeless. Desperately, Ichigo forced his hands and arms to move, pathetically crawling toward her. Tough one, wasn't it, boss? Renji said, having watched the whole thing in awe. I will require some medical attention. Byakuya said, raising his sword for a final blow. She was likely dead already, he reasoned, but Byakuya was nothing if not thorough. Brother, I beg you. Rukia cried out desperately, standing herself over Masaka. Your enemies are defeated, and I have come willingly. My great and powerful elder brother, your mission was to bring me back, was it not? Are your mission objectives not fulfilled? There is no need for more bloodshed. Byakuya gave her a discerning look. You argue for the life of this mortal? She would have taken my life if she could. My blood was shed. Her life is rightfully mine to take, as an enemy of the Godai. His voice was calm and controlled, but Rukia knew how to read him at least to a degree, and she heard no anger in his words. So it is, elder brother, she said desperately, breathing raggedly, but there is no need for it. In life, duty. In struggle, perseverance. In victory, mercy. In triumph, glory. The captain said. It was a common Godai proverb, outlining the view of life Shinigami ought to have. We are Shinigami. We exist to protect humanity. We are the bulwark, not the executioners, Rukia said frantically, hoping her words could sway him. The thought of Ichigo seeing his mother killed in front of him, it was too much to bear. For a few agonizing moments, Byakuya simply looked at her. Then, he pulled out a handkerchief, wiped the blood from his blade, and gracefully sheathed it. Abarai, restrain the prisoner. He said neutrally. Yes, sir, Renji said, walking toward Rukia. Thank you so much, elder brother, Rukia said, from the bottom of her heart. He did not reply, only giving her an icy glare. Open the Senkaimon. He said. We leave. The last thing Ichigo saw before it all went black was the gate closing, the 2 Shinigami leaving him, Uriu and Masaka behind, bleeding on the ground. Chapter 35, Let's get down to business. When Ichigo opened his eyes again, the first thing his mind registered was the warmth. The second was how tired he felt. Lying perfectly still, he slowly came to, his mind scattered and distracted. Then, thirdly, he felt the pain, and it was enough of a jolt to trigger a thought. It hurt. Dulled, its edge taken off, but it hurt. He looked around, and forced the place around him to come into focus. At first, he assumed it would be a hospital, because it seemed the most logical place. But no, this looked like the shop. The shop. Where he'd been brought after he was cut. Hazy memory images, cut and unclear like dirted movie tape, of him being carried inside by strong arm. Carried inside, and the memory hit him, like a truck. He had fought those Shinigami. He had lost. His mother had been there. His mother. Mom. Remembering the image vividly now, of his mother being cut down by that bastard Shinigami, he sat bolt upright. Immediately, he was overwhelmed with pain. Blood seeped through his bandages, and he fell back onto the bed of futon, actually unable to focus on anything but the hurt. My, came a voice, quiet and restrained, and Ichigo managed to recognize it as Urahara Kisuke's through his pained days. Look at you, trying your best to undo all our hard work. Ichigo murmured something incomprehensible, wanting and feeling too many things to say anything coherent. Take it easy, now, Urahara said. There was a gentle touch to Ichigo's chest, and a surge of energy. After a minute or so, although it might have been an hour for all Ichigo could tell, the pain eased. Finally able to move his head, he looked up. The shopkeeper was slowly running a hand over his injury, a slight green light emanating from it. It's a medical keto, he explained calmly. I am no expert, but you pick up a little bit of this and a little bit of that in my line of work. I know enough to stop that injury from rupturing any further, for example, and how to dull your pain. It really wouldn't do for you to bleed to death after all our hard work. Mom. Ichigo hissed out, his voice faint. Oh. Urahara said. Oh yes, I suppose that would be a concern. You must have seen her fall. Mom. Ichigo insisted, his voice getting desperate. Had he had the energy, he would have put in something more eloquent, like, is she okay, but he was too weak. She's alive, although it was a close call, Urahara said, and words could not describe the relief that washed over Ichigo. He did not even want to consider life without her, let alone her having died because of him. How could he ever have faced his family again? How could he have moved on? He must have made some sort of grunt, because Urahara said, yes, I understand. Let me help you. Take my hand, and very gently, sit up just a little. Struggling, Ichigo reached out with a hand, and Urahara took it. Gently and slowly, he was pulled into a semi-sitting position, and Urahara gestured toward the rest of the room. Look, he said. She and your cousin are just down there. Yuriuki and I helped, although I won't lie, the chief reason you two are alive is the skill of my associate, Tessai. Ichigo looked further down the room, which he hadn't thought to look through in his disoriented state, lay his mother, under a blanket. She was pale, and quite still, but her chest heaved, she was breathing. Exhausted, and overwhelmed with relief, Ichigo fell back down to his futon. You will recover soon enough. Urahara explained. It's chiefly about replacing the blood you lost. Your injuries will soon be healed. The keto was effective. We took the liberty of fusing your soul with your body again effectively. You are human once more. I'm powerless. Ichigo mumbled. Compared to knowing his mother was safe, it seemed a small price, but he would miss the strength. Anything but, Urahara said, with a small grin. In fact, There was a crash outside the room, and the voice of Tessai could be heard. Manager. The doors burst open as in, they flew off their hinges and a furious Erza ran in through it. Seeing Kisuke, she ran directly forward. The punch she threw was the envy of any heavyweight champion, and it connected squarely with Kisuke's cheek, sending him tumbling into the wall. Urahara Kisuke. She roared. Grabbing him by the collar, she pulled him up and hit him once, twice, 3 times, without any form of restraint. Urahara, strangely enough, wasn't resisting. There was no sign of her stopping, but thankfully, a strong hand grasped her wrist. His muscles bulging against her raw strength, Tessai just barely managed to hold her back. His voice strained, he said. Miss Scarlet, I must ask that you please restrain yourself, else I shall have to do it for you. Let go, you son of a bitch. Erza snarled. For hours, you kept me trapped down there, and I could feel it all. I could feel them cut down Ichigo. Masaki. Then no doubt you felt Yuriuki, Tessai, and I recover them, Urahara said, standing up straight. Rubbing his cheek, he spat out a bit of blood. I don't begrudge you that, even if it hurts you punch like a mule, actually, but either you calm down, or you will be chained down. Your choice. You rotten, evil bastard, Erza snarled, still tensed up. Aunt. Ichigo said weakly. We're here. We're okay. Sarda. Straining for just another second, Erza finally relaxed herself. Let go. She said, her voice calm but bitterly angry. "I'll restrain myself." "Very well." Tessai said. Ichigo had half expected her to throw another punch, but she headed right for Ichigo's sickbed, kneeling beside the futon. "Well, it looks like it's over for me," Ichigo said with a weak smile. "But at least I almost kicked the ass of one of them." "The one you fought was an old student of mine," Erza said, tears at the edge of her eyes. "You did brilliantly, Ichigo." "Not brilliantly enough." "We'll find a way," Erza said. "No matter what, we will." "Well, as it happens," Urahara said, his tone discreet although anything he said was likely to be inflammatory. "We are done with you, you heartless, snivelling little scum," Erza said, her gentle face turning harsh again as she turned to face the shopkeeper. "If I had been out there, they wouldn't be here, half dead." "No, if you had been out there, then by now half of the Godai's strongest fighters would be out there subduing you, and you'd be brought back for execution in shackles or worse, fall into the hands of you-know-who," Urahara said sharply. "There would be teams investigating everyone you interacted with. Ishine too would go back in chains. Masaki and the kids could be dead or captured. The Godai would be on full alert, and everything you worked for would be gone." Ichigo breathed in. He had had no idea how badly the Godai wanted his aunt. "I know full well how impulsively righteous you are," Urahara said, "which is why, for the good of your family, and for the good of my plan, you had to be restrained. It had to be done. Simple as that." "You still," Erza said angrily, and it was obvious she wanted somebody to blame. "Like I said, I don't begrudge you these bruises," Urahara said, pointing to his face, where multiple swellings were already starting to form, "but it had to be done. He's right. Isn't he?" The voice, weak and just barely audible, came from Masaki. She had opened her eyes, although laying still. "He's a scoundrel," Erza snarled. Are you okay?" "Been better," Masaki mumbled. "But he's not wrong, is he? Even if he's a scoundrel." Erza fell silent. "I'm asking you, because only you know if he's right or not." "I'm not Shinigami," Masaki said. "So is he wrong?" With a look on her face like she had just eaten a truckload of lemons, Erza said. "No. What's best is not always easy," Urahara said. "I sympathize. But I could not let you ruin this. It's too important." "What is?" Erza snapped. "What plans are you talking about?" "Let's just say that this certain individual has a hand in this," Urahara said cryptically, and Ichigo felt confused. "More pressingly, for you at least, Rukia is facing execution." "What?" Erza snapped. "That makes no sense." "You think he cannot do that?" Urahara said bemusedly. "But," Erza said. "But why? And how do you know this?" "I have my sources on the inside, too. It's been well over a century," Urahara said, apparently unable to not be cryptic. "Why?" Erza demanded. "Who can say?" Urahara said, shrugging. "You should know better than anyone that he does not share his true intentions with anyone. Maybe it's some greater objective. Maybe it's just for his amusement." Erza eyed him suspiciously. "You are sure it's him?" "Absolutely sure." Changing a set of misdemeanors, on a member of the noble caste no less, to a death sentence is extremely unusual. Unheard of, even. It takes considerable influence to do so among the Central 46, the highest authority. "Do you believe in coincidences, Erza? Coincidences that big?" Erza was silent for a while, deep in thought. "Who is him?" Ichigo murmured confusedly, utterly puzzled. "What's going on?" "Something from my past," Erza said evasively. It's my own cross to bear. You stay down and heal. We will talk in the morning," Urahara said. "The worst of all your injuries should be gone by then. Miss Scarlet, I suggest you catch some sleep, and if you cannot, think on what I have said." Erza gave him the strangest look, one Ichigo had never seen before. Worried, foreboding, wistful, confused. Somewhere, He had to have slipped into a slumber, although Ichigo could not for the life of him place where. He was still a bit disoriented, and he wasn't sure if it was some side effect of the keto, the horrible physical trauma, or both. What he did know was that there was a small device next to his head, no larger than a wristwatch, emitting a small, quiet set of beeps, just enough to wake him and nobody else. Given the graying lights outside, it had to be early morning. Reaching out to the little device, still half asleep, Ichigo took it in his hands. The little thing quieted down, and Ichigo nearly fell asleep again. The pain had gone away, remarkably so, and though the futon was a bit harder than what he was used to, he didn't mind. He had almost fallen asleep, when he registered that there were voices in the distance. His aunt, he realized, and the shopkeeper, conversing in tones that were at the same time hushed and heated. His urge to sleep finally being overwhelmed by a growing curiosity, Ichigo opened his eyes, suppressed a yawn, and sat up. He still ached a little, but nothing close to what had happened the last time he had tried to sit up on his own. Carefully making his way toward the sliding doors which had somehow been repaired while he had slept, he listened in. "I keep telling you, it's a fool's errand," Urahara said calmly, although there was an urgency in his voice. "You are chanceless on your own." "I kept asking myself all night long why it's happening," Erza said fiercely, "but when it comes down to it, it doesn't matter. Rukia is going to be executed, and she doesn't deserve it. I have to try and help, no matter what. It's a suicide run, and you know it. I've spit in the face of the impossible before," Erza said stubbornly. "I'm going to try, and you're not going to stop me. All alone, leaving all your precious people behind without even saying goodbye. Do not try to manipulate me." Erza sneered, her voice rising for just a second. "They have no idea what I'm heading into. If they knew, they'd insist on talking me out of it, or worse, come along. They are not ready. Can I remind you what this foolish righteousness would have accomplished last night?" Urahara said flatly. "At the least, wait. Think before you act. You'll have to put me in chains again," Erza said, and it was incredible how stubborn she was. Mules would have been in awe of her single-mindedness. "I actually doubt if I will," Urahara said, stealing a glance at the doors. Ichigo realized just who had placed that little device next to his head and why. Slowly, taking it easy, he stood up and slid the doors open. "Erza," he said quietly. "I Ichigo," Erza said, almost sounding guilty. "You should be in bed." "You're leaving," he said. Emotion was welling up inside him, no doubt aided by his damaged, confused state of mind. How could she? "Look, Ichigo," Erza said, trailing off. The guilty look on her face said it all, and Ichigo knew exactly what the shopkeeper had planned, but he didn't care the least bit. "You're leaving us behind," he hissed, slowly walking toward her. "After all of this, you're going to leave us? Go after Rukia on what, a suicide run? Or was he just full of shit?" "You don't understand," Erza said, almost desperately. "Rukia is a friend, and I cannot stand by and let this happen to me. I can't. I have to try, even if it's almost impossible." "What about the rest of us, huh?" Ichigo said angrily. "What are we going to do without you? What about Orium? Rukia's your friend, our friend, sure, but what good will it do anyone if you go ahead and die on us?" Erza balled her fists, an infuriated look on her face. She shot Urahara a vicious glare, and then looked back at Ichigo. "Look. No, don't you look me," Ichigo said angrily, his temper slowly building up. "Like hell you're going to leave all of us behind to go alone. Why don't we postpone this little spat until after breakfast, yes?" Urahara cut in smoothly, before it could escalate. "Let's not have harsh words when we're not thinking clearly. Talk this out when you're all thinking clearly. Don't you leave us," Ichigo said, and his tone was stubborn enough to rival Erza's. "Don't." Erza looked at him helplessly, and kept her fists balled. "Fine," she said frustratedly. "Fine. Breakfast. Whatever." In the morning, Ishine stopped by, Urahara apparently having informed him earlier. Beside himself with worry, he fussed endlessly over Masaki and Ichigo both. All joking attitudes dropped, he was entirely serious, examining them both fully as a doctor. Ichigo was tempted to mention Urahara's part in this, but decided not to. It would only be adding misery to the pile, and the man had had some good reasons for it. In the end, it took some very strong convincing for Masaki to make him leave for work, insisting she was fine. The three of them had indeed recovered well, their wounds mostly gone, all that was left were scars and aches. After a hearty breakfast, Orium, Tatsuki, and Chad showed up, no doubt having been conveniently notified by the shopkeeper, and Ichigo was, despite himself, a little impressed with Urahara's manipulative skills. Erza was sulking in a corner, looking like she had nowhere to go, arms crossed over her chest. "So," Urahara said, after the obligatory exchanges of "oh my god, are you okay" had mostly passed, "I think we all have things to discuss." He was flanked by Tessai and Yoriyuki, and the 10 of them were still in the same room that had functioned as an emergency Medicare unit. "Yeah, like how we're going to get back at these bastards," Tatsuki said with a scowl. She, like Orium, had grown up side by side with Ichigo's family, and him and his mother having been this close to death had shaken her. She had responded with anger, Orium with shock. Chad was as stoic as ever. "A good enough attitude," Urahara said with a smirk. "Let's start with what we know." Stepping into the middle of the room, he flicked out a fan. Looking like he rather enjoyed the attention, he continued. "Late last night, Rukia was taken back to the Soul Society by the leader of her own clan, also her brother. Mr. Ishida here mistook the situation for something it was not, attacked, and things went downhill from there. Mr. Kurosaki here was badly bloodied, and Mrs. Kurosaki was nearly killed." "Assholes," Tatsuki muttered. "That in itself is not too bad, horrible injuries aside," Urahara continued, "except I have it confirmed that Rukia faces execution." Ichigo had already heard the news, but the rest of them flinched. But why?" Orium exclaimed. "She didn't do anything wrong, did she?" "Not that bad, right?" "Indeed she did not," Urahara said. "We suspect foul play. Which leads me to our second point." He pointed his fan at Erza. "Miss Scarlet. She was about to run off in the night." Ichigo said bluntly. "What?" Orium said. I wasn't thinking straight, all right." Erza said defensively, sounding even guiltier as Orium looked at her. "Indeed, we've all been there, overwhelmed with passion. Etc., and so forth," Urahara said dismissively. "However, I think Miss Scarlet will still insist on attempting to save Rukia. Is that correct?" "I have to try," Erza said stubbornly. It's a fairy tale thing." "Fairy tale?" Orium said confusedly. "Erza, what's going on?" "A rescue mission," Urahara said, shooting them a grin. "It's only right. Save the maiden fair, and all that. Unfairly sentenced to death by a tyrannical government, how could a group of such upstanding heroes not act? This is not a joke." Erza snarled. "You have no idea dash." "Actually, I very much do," Urahara cut in. "Now, why don't we ask the others? Who here intends to let Miss Scarlet attempt this alone?" "Hell no," Ichigo said flatly. "Rukia is not just your friend. She's mine, too, and she saved my life. I'm coming too." "Count me in," Tatsuki said eagerly. "I was there that night, too. I owe her the same as you. If Erza is going, so am I," Orium said resolutely. "Then I say the same for Ichigo," Chad said. "I will come with you, and lend whatever aid I can." "On my honor as a Quincy, I swear that I too will come," Uriah said, having remained silent until now. "I owe the Shinigami a debt of pain, and it would shame me to watch all of my friends stand up to this injustice while I am left wanting. I'm coming too." It was Masaka's voice. Ichigo turned to her, shocked. "Mom." "What?" she said dismissively. "Do you seriously think I'd let my son go into something that dangerous on his own? I remember doing better than you, actually." "But he protested. "No objections, or you're grounded," Masaka said with a smirk. Ichigo could have sworn he heard Ishida snicker. Erza looked at them all with horror. You can't. She said. You can't. The people in the Godii, the soldiers they command, there are true monsters there. You think you are strong. Ichigo, Masaki, you saw a captain at 1/5 of his power, not even using half of his arsenal. You were chanceless. What good would it do if I went in and died? What good would it do if you all went in and died? If indeed this was a loud and hard mission to bust them out with force, I would agree, Urahara said, looking amused. But I have a better idea. Like what? Erza snapped. A quick in and out, Urahara said smoothly. Yuriuki will lead you. Like myself, she has an intimate knowledge of the Godii's inner working, including its city layout. You go in, cause some chaos, and your fastest members scurry away to secure Rukia in the confusion. There's more to it than this, of course, but that is the plan. It's still madness, Erza insisted stubbornly. Still a bit sore, Ichigo stood upright, and looked her in the eye. We're not backing down. We're getting her back, together, and that's that. For a moment, two equally stubborn gazes clashed, the both of them frowning determinedly. Erza balled her fists, grit her teeth, and finally looked away. You people! She muttered, shaking her head. At the same time, something stirred in her chest, a memory even older than her time in the afterlife. The memory of being surrounded by brave, optimistic people who would do anything for their extended family, no matter the odds. Across worlds, across so much time, it seemed she had found Fairy Tail again, albeit under a new name. Slowly, she smiled. Fine. She said. But this happens on my terms. Except Masaki, Yuriuki, and I, you are all complete rookies, and yes, that does include you, Ichigo, and you're going to do what I say, when I say it. What? Ichigo said, apparently having expected further arguing. I mean. Yes. That's great. As it happens, the minimum waiting period for an execution is a month, Urahara cut in, and with your school semesters having just finished, well, you'll have 3 weeks of time. 3 weeks to train, to prepare, to make yourself as ready as you can. The group murmured their approvals, or nodded stoically in the case of Chad and Uriu, and Erza stood up. Together, then. Together. Ichigo said, and nodded with a smile. Rest, recover and prepare, Urahara said. Tomorrow at dawn, in my basement, training begins. It was with some trepidation that Ichigo made the climb the next day. More aware than ever of his human limitations, the long ladder down was infuriating. Just days ago, he could have made it down or up in 1 or 2 jumps. Now, he was holding on for dear life, because a fall would be fatal. Once down, he assembled with the rest of the group. His mother had come, wearing an old-looking white uniform, to match Uriu's. He'd never seen it before, and it looked dusty, probably not used for many, many years. Making his entrance was Urahara, coming out from behind a rock. The man, Ichigo noticed, loved his entrances. Well then. He began, spinning his cane a few times with one hand. Where do we start? Well, Ichigo said, awkwardly raising a hand, how about, well, I don't have powers anymore. So there's that. In a second. Urahara said reassuringly. For our training regimen, who shall train what, and with who? Uriu and I will train together. Masaka said, and Uriu gave her a surprised look. I'm out of shape as it is, and I need a good partner, and he needs to learn everything his father didn't teach him. I'm rusty, but I'm pretty sure I know it better than he. It's an honor, Uriu mumbled, looking a little stunned, and Ichigo realized it had to be rather a monumental thing to hear. If Uriu's father hadn't taught him anything, then Masaka teaching him what was his heritage had to be, well, sort of a big deal. Yes, Masaka said dismissively. This is not about honor. We need to be the best we can be. Very good, Urahara said. And I shall continue with Tatsuki, Yuriuki said. Tatsuki gave an eager nod. Leaving Miss Inu and Mr. Yasutara, Urahara said. I shall oversee the 2 of you personally. I think I'll manage. This left Ichigo and Erza, although one thing was still missing: just how the hell he would train without being a Shinigami. Before he could voice his concerns, though, Urahara turned to him. At last, then, young Mr. Kurosaki. There was a grin on his face, and Ichigo did not like the look of it. Erza, what's going on? He said. I don't know, really, she said, and shrugged. Although he'll behave, or else. Oh, fear not, Urahara said smoothly. I have a method to restore, or rather, grant you power. As a caveat, it is rather radical and carries with it significant risk. Well, let's have it, Ichigo said. He felt a bit nervous, but was too determined to flinch. From out his coat, Urahara produced a sword as Zanpakuto. It looked like Asashi. Erza commented. How? Like I said, I have my sources, Urahara said coolly, stepping closer to Ichigo. Asashi. Ichigo echoed. When first a prospective soul enters the Shinigami Academy, they are given a sword just like this, an Asashi. Urahara explained. A blank slate. A material from which a Zanpakuto spirit develops, as the soul grows in power and skill. When happening naturally, it harmlessly creates a sentient weapon that resonates with its users. But this isn't harmless. Ichigo said apprehensively. This goes into your chest, Urahara said flatly. A tool meant for a Shinigami, it will trigger a reaction from your considerable spiritual energy. It's a shortcut. But as such, it comes with a risk. Such as? Ichigo said, knowing he would not like the answer. Death. Urahara said simply. Or rather, annihilation. If you just died, your soul would separate from your body, and eventually pass on to the soul society. Here, there is a slight risk your energy will overload, go critical, and burn out. All of your Ryotsu would disperse in the process, leaving your body a lifeless husk, and everything you ever were would be lost. He sounded almost cheery, which made it all the worse. How big of a risk? Ichigo inquired. Oh, not very large, Urahara said dismissively. It has of course never been tested on somebody as powerful as you, but on average. I'd say no more than 37%. 37%. Almost a 4 in 10 chance of complete oblivion. Right. Are you sure, Ichigo? Erza said. We can do it without you. There's no need for this. I'll do it. Ichigo said resolutely, knowing he was mostly being stubborn. Mom. His mother had been listening intently, and there was a clear look of worry in her face. You know what I'll think, she said plainly. Don't do it. It's too dangerous. But. She threw her hands up, in exasperation. I can't stop you. Make your choice. Ichigo swallowed, and extended a hand. Urahara handed the sword to him. It felt heavy in his hand. Hesitantly, he drew the blade out. It looked quite real, sharp, and tangible, and he would never have guessed it was of spiritual making. Surging in hyperspeed, thought after thought ran through his mind. When he had first stabbed a sword into his chest and gained Rukia's powers. When he had saved his friends. When he had learned and trained. When he had come to enjoy the rush of a good fight, the sense of power. His mother's anger when she first found out. Her constant worry. Rukia, her face almost visible before him. The thought of death, true death, overtaking him. He had faced that same feeling of death just 2 nights ago, against Aburai Renji. He had not backed down then. Thinking of Rukia, he slowly angled the point of the blade upward, against his sternum. Now, one thing, Urahara said hastily, once that enters you, you will feel something. Just what that something is, I have no clue, but I know for a fact that all previous test subjects were quite conscious. Ichigo pushed away the thought of people having tried this before, focusing entirely on the sword before him. It's absolutely vital, Urahara continued, that you learn the name of your blade before you wake up, or at the very least obtain the powers of a Shinigami. This is well and beyond what a typical Shinigami is expected to learn so quickly, but then again, you are hardly typical. And if I don't? Ichigo said. Then you don't make it back. Taking one last look at his mother, Ichigo swallowed, blinked, and firmly pushed the sword into his chest. It slid in like a knife through butter, and for a second Ichigo felt nothing. Then came oblivion, and Ichigo knew nothing else. At some point, and it was impossible to tell time in whatever space this was, Ichigo became aware that he was floating, or perhaps falling, through something. Looking around, he saw nothing but whiteness. It was not like a cloud, where you could see swirls of white mist, pure whiteness, as far as he could see, and there he was floating or falling or lying, he couldn't tell which. He could move his arms and hands, he noticed, but it seemed to get him nowhere. It was all white, a single shade of the color as far as the eye could see. Then suddenly, it wasn't. The change was too quick to even register. Ichigo blinked more than a few times. It was like some hyper-rapid graphics rendering in a computer game, where terrain shifted into focus once you got closer, except this looked very, very real. The new landscape was odd, but it was a relief to feel some sort of structure around him, a hardness under his feet and gravity to keep him in place. Confusedly, he stood up, and took in the view of this new world. To the very horizon, odd, white structures stretched. They were full of neatly lined little crevices, and upon closer inspection there were large gaps in between them. They would have looked like streets, except streets were usually lined with asphalt or at least cobblestones. The surface beneath him was smooth, white, and flat, excepting the small indentations here and there, depressing into the street or ground, or whatever it was just by a couple of inches. He looked to the edge, and there seemed to be an abyss extending down, further than his eyes could see. It was absurdly bright. A blue sky extended as far as he could see, not a cloud in sight, and for all he could tell, this place, whatever it was, stretched to infinity, an unending mass of blue and white. You are going to see something, all right. Now there was an understatement. He looked around with confusion, but never had the chance to marvel at its alien strangeness, or despair at its vastness, because his reveries were interrupted that very moment. Ichigo. The voice was deep, powerful, and rung across the entire world as if it were the only sound ever heard. For all Ichigo knew, it might well be the truth. Confusedly, he looked around, and a few moments later he saw him. A middle-aged man, not unlike his father, but with wild, unkempt hair, a long black cloak covering his lean features, and an odd pair of orange-colored glasses, much too large to fill any practical function. He hovered in the air above him, and Ichigo blinked as he saw him descend. Without consideration or forethought, "I am born," said the man, his voice ringing across the world, almost deafening. It occurred to Ichigo that his voice wasn't actually very loud, it just had a way of making itself very, very clearly heard. Awakened rudely, "I stand before you. Who are you?" Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo." Ichigo said tamely. What was this? A hallucination? Some spirit? The Zanpakuto itself? That is not enough. The man said, a hint of distaste in his voice. To know me, you must know yourself. Who are you? It was annoyingly cryptic, and Ichigo wasn't having it. I introduced myself already, okay? He snapped back. The man was hovering above him still, having stopped a full 2 meters above, and Ichigo felt a little intimidated. He looked very, very serious, and Ichigo felt quite vulnerable. When somebody gives you their name, it's only polite to give yours back. So why don't you tell me, Ichigo demanded. You rude pup, the man said. To be so harshly awakened, made to live, and you have the gall to make demands. Made to live. Ichigo said confusedly. What are you, old man? I am you, and you are I, the apparition said gravely. Something dawned on Ichigo. You're my Zanpakuto, aren't you? Slowly does the rude child awaken, said the man, and Ichigo noticed his cape fluttering, which was odd, because there was no hint of wind here. And, you're pissed because you didn't get to develop naturally. Right. Ichigo said, one thing after another dawning on him. Zanpakuto were proud creatures, if his experience with Erza's absurd companion was any judge, and he made a note to speak more politely. That does not nearly describe it. The man said. Then please, Zanpakuto, give me your name, Ichigo said boldly, hoping his tone was sufficiently polite. You know my name, the spirit said, to Ichigo's frustration. You need only dig it out from your mind. Ichigo started, biting back a snappier reply. I do not, Great Spirit. Sycophantic flattery will not appease me. Would it appease you, would-be master? No. Ichigo said. It would not. The man said, staring down judgmentally on Ichigo. For you are I, and I am you, and we despise underhandedness and dishonesty. Ichigo got a sense that, in some way, the Zanpakuto was giving him hints hopefully to completing this process before he was purged from existence. You risked all to bring me into being, the Zanpakuto said. I may well die before I am an hour old. Why? Because we're forthright, we hate underhandedness, and we do the right thing. Ichigo said stubbornly. Because I can't let my aunt go in alone. Because I can't let Rukia die because she did the right thing and saved me. For this, you risk your life. The spirit said haughtily. Nobody would blame you for leaving things be. You did not ask for this life. You are not obligated to sacrifice your future for the failures of others. But here I am still doing it. Ichigo shot back. The Zanpakuto spirit looked down on him inscrutably. You wish to know my name? It said. You're damn right. Ichigo said firmly. The knowledge that he ran the risk of dying was there, but somehow pushed aside, replaced by a willingness to move forward, to succeed. To win. Then I shall give you a test. Fail, and we shall both die. That's drastic. Ichigo said. So dash. Mid-sentence, he was interrupted, as all of reality shifted 90 degrees. For but a moment, Ichigo saw the landscape, shifted, and realized that the odd world was actually very familiar. Endless rows of skyscrapers, turned so as to seem like some odd ground. Then he fell. Flailing wildly, he cried out. He couldn't even see the ground, looking gray in the distance, and a few seconds of falling later, even with terminal velocity achieved if there was such a thing in this world, it seemed to grow closer only slowly. None of this seemed to matter, as he still felt the panic of falling, of impending death, and no amount of focus could turn his mind off the matter. He cried out, screaming with fear. If you have time to scream, then you have time to spare, the Zanpakuto said, floating alongside him. Do you fear death? Shinigami rule over many things, death included. I'm not a Shinigami right now. Ichigo burst out, in between anger and sheer terror. That which Kukaki Byakuya snuffed out from you was merely borrowed, the Zanpakuto said firmly. He thought that was the end of it. He was wrong. There is power of your own, merely awakened by Kukaki Rukia's. He knew he had power, sure, but this wasn't helping. So how do I find it? He cried out desperately. As this world collapses. The Zanpakuto said. He stopped his descent, and out of nowhere, what looked like hundreds of white boxes started falling down alongside Ichigo, each one about the size of his head. In but one of these, your true power lies. Fail to find it, and we shall both be undone. That was not very helpful. Pick one of these damnable things, just one, and get it right the first time? While plummeting to his death. How in the hell was he supposed to even get to one of them? For a moment, he closed his eyes. Think. Focus. This isn't the normal world. If it were, you'd be a wet stain already. Physics aren't really a thing. Try, or die. Forcing himself to focus, he tried to move through the air through sheer force of will. It felt like a ridiculous notion, impossible, but to his surprise, as he imagined himself moving forward, extending his hands almost as if making a swimming stroke, his body obliged and moved through the air. He was still falling, sure, but he could move. The optimistic view was that this was noteworthy progress. The pessimistic one was that the harder part was still ahead of him, and it seemed impossible. Choosing to think of neither, Ichigo simply focused, purposefully moving around the falling boxes, trying his damnedest not to look down. Then suddenly, he hit the ground. It was sudden, harsh, but to his surprise he was very much conscious and still falling. He appeared to be sinking through water, the boxes following near him en masse. Okay, think. How do you spot Shinigami power? You spot it by sensing. But he couldn't sense. He wasn't a Shinigami. Then how? His master's voice rung through his head, from one of the less frequent theoretical lessons, which he had paid less attention to than perhaps he should have. Every ensouled thing has a signature. Its spiritual parts have a color. You can sense them from afar, as if though they were a ribbon. A normal plus is white. A hollow is black. And a Shinigami. A Shinigami's signature was red. He remembered now, suddenly deeply grateful for his lessons. Quickly, he looked around. Suddenly, he could see them. String after string, ribbon after ribbon, one hanging out from each box. It was a sea of white, but somewhere in there was something red, he just had to find it. Above him, he saw the Zanpakuto and the skyscrapers above him, evaporating at an alarming pace. He hadn't been joking when he said the world was crumbling. Quickly, Ichigo redoubled his efforts, and looked around. Just as he had begun to fear that it was too late, he saw it a stripe of red in the sea of white. Urgently, even desperately, he forced himself toward it, extending a hand. An enormous sense of relief rushed through him, as he grabbed onto the red ribbon, and pulled at it. The box came open, its lid falling off, revealing the hilt of a sword. Ichigo stared at it with shock, surprise, and joy. "What are you waiting for?" the Zanpakuto demanded. "Seize it, before this world comes undone." Quickly, Ichigo reached for the hilt, and pulled the sword out. Smoothly, the blade followed suit, and immediately the world stopped and changed. The crumbling ceased, but the skyscrapers appeared gone, replaced again by an indistinct whiteness. The sword was long and broad, although not quite as unwieldy as it had once been, and it felt right in his hand. "You have gained the powers of a Shinigami, and we yet live," the Zanpakuto said. "The next time. I hope you learn my name." Staring with mixtures of awe, caution, and concern, the entire group had stood still as Ichigo transformed. Even those with poorer spiritual perception, like Orium, could feel his powers convulse and thrash, his body spasming and jerking around. Ichigo's eyes had rolled into his skull, and at times he looked downright possessed. Nearly half an hour had passed so far. Is he okay?" Masaka said worriedly. She had said the same perhaps 24 times now, never getting the answer she really wanted. "Watch and wait," Urahara said neutrally, his eyes fixed on Ichigo. "Or don't watch. Whichever suits you best." "What about his body and soul?" Erza said. "Won't they be connected?" "If when it succeeds," Urahara said, quick to correct himself, "his body and new form should split naturally. This is really just a more prolonged version of what already happened with him and Rukia." Further discussion was put on hold, as the violent flow of riot so finally reached a climax. It was clear to all with any depth of knowledge on the spiritual that what was flowing out was certainly not Shinigami energy, at least not just Shinigami energy. It was foul, darkened, like the taste of milk that had been left out just a little too long. "What did you do to him?" Masaka demanded. "SSSSH." Urahara said, staring with fascination. "And, here, it comes." As if conducting some bizarre symphony, he moved his hands about in odd gestures. As if on cue, Ichigo's body lay still as a Shinigami burst out of it, fully fitted in the Shiakusho, sword in hand. But all was not well. He was floating into the air, carried by the raw energy he had exuded around him, and most noticeably, his face. A ghastly apparition was in the place where his face should be. Looking like some hologram, see-through just slightly and vibrating in and out of existence super rapid, it looked like a hollow, Erza thought. Good heavens have mercy, he's turned into a hollow. The creature let out a long, loud growl, sending chills down all of their spines except Urahara, who looked at it as if entranced. "Ichigo!" Masaka called out, and took a step forward. "No!" Urahara said sharply, putting an arm in front of her, still not taking his eyes off Ichigo. "He has to do this on his own. Have faith." It had been no more than half a minute, but the realization was already grating on Erza. Something had gone wrong. Very, very wrong. Something had. Then, suddenly, Ichigo put his free hand to his face, and in an instant the mask-like apparition had disappeared. The energies stabilized, now emanating Ichigo's same old raw, still untempered spiritual pulse, carrying the flavor of a Shinigami. Immediately, Masaki rushed to his side, taking him in her arms. Somewhat confusedly, as if just having woken up from a dream, he returned the hug and mumbled something. "What did you do?" Erza hissed. "If I find out that you used him as a guinea pig? In front of you where everyone could see it?" Urahara said dismissively. "You know this is not my doing. I've said it before, he is something else. He always has been. I am not the engineer of this event, only a humble bystander." He was not trustworthy, Erza knew, but his logic was sound enough. Still undecided, she glared at the shopkeeper. Ignoring her, he called out loudly. "Excellent, excellent." He clapped his hands, like he had just seen a fantastic performance. "No need to be alarmed, ladies and gentlemen, that was a perfectly natural, if unusual side effect of the process." If the others disbelieved him like Erza did, they gave no sign, all eyes still on Ichigo. Finally breaking free from his mother's desperately relieved grip, he stood up straight. There was no doubting it, he was, like Rukia, like Erza, a true Shinigami in his own right. He said. "So that worked. When do we start?" Erza smiled. "Right now." Being in her own space with Yoriyuki, Tatsuki stood ready to assume her stances. She was one of the few who felt nothing but excitement. The idea of entering the afterlife, the freaking afterlife, was awe-inspiring in itself, but to do so to save somebody from an unjust death. It would make for a hell of a story, if she survived it. And she'd be going in there, neck and neck with Ichigo, and the others, of course. "Listen," Yoriyuki said, putting a hand on Tatsuki's shoulder, "we're going to kick things up a notch. This will be harder than anything we've done so far and more dangerous. Are you prepared for that?" "As prepared as I'll ever be," Tatsuki said, trying, and mostly failing to sound nonchalant. "Let's do this." Without warning, Yoriyuki launched a roundhouse kick. Tatsuki only half managed to block it, and went sliding. "No mercy, huh?" she said, turning her tumble into a combat roll, holding her staff at the ready. "None," Yoriyuki said, a small grin on her face. "Mercy is for people with time to spare. 3 weeks, Tatsuki, 3 weeks to get you as strong as you can be." "I'll do it," Tatsuki said firmly. "Good, cause," Yoriyuki said, appearing behind Tatsuki's back in a flash, "I'll stop holding myself back a little." A quick smack sent Tatsuki tumbling again, and she only barely got up to catch the next attack. This was going to be hard, all right. Erza was just making ready to train Ichigo, having designated a spot for them to take things to the next level, when Orium approached her. Erza had a creeping suspicion what the issue was, which would prove accurate soon enough, as it happened. Erza," she said. She wanted to tell Orium to stay back, to do her own training, that there was no time for this, but found she could say none of those things. "Yes," Erza said hesitantly. "What is it? Can we talk?" Erza felt that sinking feeling, and sighed. "Just for a few minutes, that's all." Orium reassured her. Sure," Erza mumbled. Let's talk, then." "Well," Orium said, her voice trembling faintly. "Were you really going to leave me?" Erza said, desperately trying to think of a good set of words to say. Orium's innocent, slightly hurt tone of voice cut at her heart like a knife. Well, you see. Were you going to leave? Answer, please." There was a hint of steel in her voice, and Erza almost regretted teaching her how to stand up for herself. Yes," Erza said ruefully. "Why?" Orium said, hurt and confusion in her voice. "I'm not sure you'd understand." "Try." Orium said firmly. "I think I deserve to know. Since you were going to run off and basically just die without even saying goodbye, and all." It was atypically harsh of her, but Erza couldn't fault her. Helplessly, she looked down at her adoptive daughter. Finally, she took a deep breath, exhaled, and looked to the artificial sky. "I never told you where I came from, did I?" She all but mumbled the words. You're a Shinigami. Orium said. You left them because of really good reasons. I don't know them, but it's you, so there had to be good reasons. There was nothing but utter faith in her words, faith that Erza would have done the right thing, which only made it all worse. Before that, Erza said quietly. When I was alive. Oh. That. No, I don't think you did. What does that matter? She added the last part hastily, with a bit of irritation, to make sure Erza was not going off track. It does, Erza reassured her. It's what made me, I guess. So, where did you come from, then? Another world. Erza said bluntly. I was not born on this earth. Maybe it's another planet far away, or maybe it was another universe altogether, but I was not born here. I was born in Earthland, in the kingdom of Fiori. Seeing Orium's mouth turn into a round O, temporarily distracted by all this did run right up her alley. Now that she thought about it, Erza continued. It was a lot like our Earth, except, well, we had magic, and humans weren't the only sentient species. It wasn't nearly as technologically advanced, either more like, say, 18th century Europe, perhaps. I did not have a happy childhood. I don't even remember my parents. Emotions stirred within Erza, wounds long thought forgotten making themselves reminded. At a very young age, I was taken from my home and made a child slave. I and so many other children. Briefly she stopped, memories practically flashing in front of her eyes. We were made to work for a twisted ritual by an evil warlock. A friend helped me escape, but he died in the process. Jalal. Well, that was as good of an explanation as anything, that Jalal certainly was dead now. That's. Orium said, looking in between astonished and empathetic. I had no idea. I wandered away, with nothing but a dirty piece of cloth on my body. No shoes, no food. I was half dead when they finally found me. Who? Orium said, sounding enthralled. Fairy tale. Erza said. They took me in. They clothed and fed me. They gave me everything, a place to belong, work to do that meant something, a family. I was never a very rich person, not in terms of money, but I still had more than I had ever imagined in my wildest dreams. I went from being a poor child slave to being a powerful mage, strong enough to help and protect those weaker than me. When you go from having so little, to having so much, you learn how much it matters. She looked Orium in the eye. I'd die for you. I'd also die for Rukia. I'd die for anyone I consider a friend. I'd do anything to help, even if it seems impossible, or stupid, or downright foolish, because when you know what it means to have people to rely on, when you've never taken that for granted, when you've lost things, regained them and lost them again, you know why. I said you wouldn't understand and I don't think you can. But that is it. That's why I'd charge right in even if it got me killed, because Rukia is my friend, and she does not deserve to die. There was a strange look on Orium's face. Look, Erza said, I didn't want to have to do it that way, but I can't help it. I have to help. I just have to dash. Without another word, Orium hugged her close, and after a somewhat awkward pause, Erza reciprocated. It's still not okay, you know that. Orium said quietly, still holding on. It's still stupid and wrong of you to do that. But I understand. Erza said, wishing she knew what to say next. Good. Don't ever think of doing that again, okay? Orium said. It was odd, being scolded by her daughter, but all things considered this development was not the worst. I can't promise that. Erza said, and hated that she was, at heart, honest. Then I'll stop you next time. Orium said, firmly and without the slightest concern for small details as to just how she would achieve that. Erza smiled, and felt oddly proud. She was strong. She was good. Erza was not natural parent material, but she felt like she had succeeded with Orium. So came the voice of Ichigo, standing a ways off. I know you're having a moment, or something, but didn't you say we have no time to lose? Just a minute. Erza said. Just a minute. Well, said Urahara, any questions before we begin? Orium had quite a few actually, more than she could articulate. Everyone except she and Chad had their own mentors, and she felt a little like she was the chaff of the group. Before she could voice any of her concerns, Chad had politely raised his hand. Yes, the Mexican gentleman in the back. Urahara said, cheerily pointing his fan at the bulky teenager. I trained with Ichigo up till now. Furthermore, Inu and I have radically different abilities and strengths. How will you be able to train us both? Through the most excellent multitasking you ever saw, Urahara said, no doubt being intentionally evasive. Orium said meekly, her own hand raised, I don't really know where to start, actually. My powers are not really like Shinigami or Quincy stuff. That's where you're half wrong. Urahara said affirmatively. They are indeed unique, but in their nature, they are similar to Kido. It just so happens that I am well versed in the subject and even more so my associate Tessai, who will be joining us momentarily. Are you strong? Chad said bluntly. Now there's a direct question, Urahara said amusedly. Are you? Chad insisted. You speak with confidence and order and manipulate people of considerable strength, experience and skill. Can you match theirs? Will you even be as strong as Ichigo? An honest question, I assume. Urahara said, and nodded. You are not the type to throw insults, I believe. Chad simply nodded. Then let's just say that I'm sufficiently powerful. For your level, at least. And I have more than a few theories on that arm of yours and how to make it bloom. Chad nodded again. That is all I wanted to know. So, what are we going to learn? Orium said. I'll be honest for once, Urahara said. You'd have to train a lifetime to be ready, properly ready, for what awaits you. We do not have that time. So we will try to capitalize on your strengths, expand and build on them, and worry about a broader, more complete skill set afterward. If we survive, Orium thought. Not that the prospect of death scared her like many other things, Orium's view on that subject was distorted, odd, and inappropriately cheerful. We'll do our best, then. Orium said. For Rukia. For Ichigo. Chad said affirmatively. Excellent, Urahara said. Now, right this way. Some time later, after she was well and truly sure her little boy was all right, Masaka found herself alone with Uryu. They had picked a spot far away from the others, wholly secluded. Masaki had never been big on Quincy traditions herself, but some part of her still felt it should be a private affair. Well. Uryu started, not sounding entirely sure of himself. Listen, Masaka said firmly, her voice markedly different from that of the kind, loving, slightly tired full-time mother she usually was, sharper and more focused. You must realize the stakes, Uryu. I am saying that, because I'm still realizing them myself. Death. Uryu said stoically. If we fail, we die. Masaka shook her head. That's the easy answer. Then what? Uryu asked. Death. Masaka said. Not as in just dying, but leaving people behind. People who care for us. People we have a responsibility to come back to. You might think I've got a bigger importance there, but you've got people too, and that's why we're both going to do this together. To get better, so we'll make it out in one piece. People, Uryu mumbled. I wonder. Don't. Masaka said bluntly. I'd miss you. So would your father. So would the others over there, too, even if you don't believe it. So what are the stakes? There was no arguing with that tone of voice, Uryu realized. Death. Leaving my people behind. Masaka nodded. Your grandfather would be proud. A strange look passed the young man's face, one of not often seen emotion. Giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder, she said. Did you bring what you needed? Wordlessly, Uryu produced a small wooden box. Inside was a single white glove, intricately crafted, and brimming with small strands of energy. Sanrei. She said, and nodded. But, Aunt, what about you? Uriu asked. The glove was a precious heirloom, one he had inherited from his grandfather and kept just for such an occasion as this, but with just one to go around, it was obvious to whom it should go. He was young, still, and with such short-term training ahead of them, Masaka was the one who would benefit more from it. It would capitalize on her considerable strength, and thus make the team as a whole stronger. Shouldn't you? Smiling, Masaka pulled out a wooden box of her own. Inside was another glove, just like Uriu's own. How? He said, his brows furrowing. I have my ways, Masaka said. In the morning, they would begin training. Masaka's injuries had just barely healed, but she had something she needed to do. For Ichigo. For him, she had to be strong. To be strong, she had to rely on family. This particular piece of family was even harder to approach than Uriu, although he had always had a soft spot for her. It's rude to sneak into people's houses, you know, came Ryakan's voice as he walked in the door. He sounded irritated, when didn't he, but Masaka knew him well enough to tell that it was fake. Irritation and casual indifference was a default state for him. Like father, like son, although neither would ever admit it. I've taken the liberty of making some coffee, Masaka said with mild cheer, ignoring his jab. She had waited in the kitchen. It was still night outside, and as usual, he came home late, often in the wee hours. What if I had mistook you for a burglar? Ryakan said stubbornly, apparently intent on bickering some more. What if I had shot you? Accidents do happen, you know. Then I'd die, content knowing that you'd never forgive yourself. Masaka said nonchalantly. It was a little forced, she was anything but calm and smooth at the moment, but it was passable. Or so she hoped. Cold. Ryakan said, grabbing a cup of coffee. He took a sip, and looked at her approvingly. Hot. You should come over more often, Masaka said. I'll bet you we've got better coffee than any machine in the hospital can make. What, and let those moron interns kill a dozen patients through sheer incompetence. Ryakan said, rolling his eyes. He was committed to the Hippocratic Oath, all right, he just wasn't very nice about it. The place would fall apart without me. Yes, the whole world on your shoulders, Masaka said, rolling her eyes in turn. I'm sure there weren't even hospitals before you came along, just monk's blood-letting people in dirty felt tents. Ryakan took another sip from his coffee, and gave her an inquisitive look. What do you want? He said bluntly. You felt what happened to Uriu the other day, didn't you? She said, her tone becoming serious. My idiot son nearly got himself killed, starting a fight he had no chance of winning because of honor, and such like nonsense. Ryakan said with distaste. Anybody else might have missed the slight tremor in his voice, the subtle concern that told her that he had indeed worried, had indeed cared. You might have visited. Masaka said. Who's to say I didn't? Ryakan said, and for once, Masaka couldn't read him too well. Had he? Regardless, that filthy scrounger Candyman patched him up, didn't he? He did. Masaka said. More to the point. Ryakan mumbled, putting a hand over his mouth, a surefire sign that he was trying to hide his feelings. You got hurt. Badly. I was nearly about to walk out of surgery to come get the two of you when I sensed somebody else doing it for me. Just as well, I suppose. I was, yeah, Masaka conceded. Nearly died. She took a deep breath, feeling the implications of her words. She had really been at death's doorstep. Only the pleading of that Shinigami of Rukia had saved her. She had a good heart. There was no choice. You know there wasn't. There always is, Ryakan said sharply, gesturing almost aggressively with his mug. He downed the rest of its contents in one large swallow, and went to refill it. There always is. The choices of our young are out of our hands eventually. If they want to chase the rabbit and willingly enter madness, then that's their business, not ours. You don't believe that? Masaka said softly. Don't I? Ryakan snapped, seeming to have lost grip of his cool. Don't I? You don't. Masaka said firmly. It was my son. If I had died and he had lived, that would have been fine. I think you'd have done the same for Uriu. Angrily, Ryakan all but slammed his mostly full mug down on the kitchen counter, spilling most of it. He swore, shaking the hot, black liquid from his hand. "Let me tell you this, plainly and clearly, so there is no misunderstanding," he said, attempting, and rather failing at seeming icily cold. "That world, the one our kids have chosen, is one of madness, danger, and chaos. You know this as well as I do. But here you are, almost dying, and back on your feet through Shinigami sorcery. You sound like one of our clansmen." Masaka said, and almost regretted it. The insult would sting, but it wasn't untrue. Ryakan had done his damnedest to leave the Quincy's behind, but the upbringing, his harshness, and anger and resentment, it was still there. He gave her an angry look. "If it were anyone else, I'd tell you to get out. No, I'd flat out shoot you. You actually use a bow," she said innocently. "Whatever," he grumbled angrily. "Listen," Masaka said, "I am leaving for the Soul Society. With Ichigo. Along with a few others. We're going to walk right into the lion's den." Ryakan jerked, standing stiff and still. "You cannot be serious," he snapped. "What the devil for?" "Because he's going, and so am I," she said simply. "Make him stop, then." Ryakan snapped. "Ground him. Shoot him in the legs, if you have to. What sort of mother would allow that kind of danger to come to their children? Shooting him in the leg is better," Masaka said, her tone quietly bemused. "For the greater good," Ryakan said dismissively. "Honestly, Masaka, I'm going," she said firmly. "Ishine would come too, if he had the power. I'm not going to ask you to come along dash. You're damn right you wouldn't. But I am going to ask for something from you." "What, medical advice?" Ryakan scoffed. "The anatomy of a Shinigami is monstrous and quite beyond me, so I won't be of much help there." "You still have Uncle's chest, don't you?" Masaka said. "Threw it out years ago." "Burned it," Ryakan said, much too quickly and much too smoothly. "So it's not gathering dust in the attic, under a pile of moth-eaten rugs, then?" Masaka said. "Nosy, damnable," Ryakan muttered. "What about it? I know my fool son already pillaged some of it in his naive quest for glory and whatnot, so what could you want from it?" "A Sanrei glove," Masaka said. "I need to relearn everything. That glove is exactly what I need." Giving her the oddest glare, Ryakan said. "Masaka, you hated the Quincy's. You were good at the arts, but you never even liked them." "I don't like them," Masaka said plainly. "They're dangerous, hard to use, and they're designed to hurt people." Ryakan, for the first time, looked legitimately baffled. "Then, we agree? Then you know that dash." "I'm doing it because I have to," Masaka said firmly. "I have to protect my son. I have a way of doing that. If I'm ready to die for him, don't you think I'm ready to take up the arts?" Ryakan fumbled with the coffee pot, glaring at her as if trying to come up with a reply. "Fine," he snarled. "I give up. There's no reasoning with you people. Madness, going into a lion's den, taking up the arts." He grumbled and muttered, sounding furious. "You're at least 3 decades too young to sound like a grumpy old man, you know," Masaka said, a small, triumphant smile on her face. "Well, you know where to find it," Ryakan said. "I protest, but nobody ever listens to the voice of reason, do they?" "I knew I could count on you," Masaka said. "Thanks, Ryakan." The heartfelt gratification in her voice seemed to melt the anger right off him, and as she turned around, she felt his hand grabbing her shoulder, gently but firmly. Don't die," he said blankly, having lost his irritable eloquence. "Masaka, don't die. You hear me?" "I don't intend to," Masaka said. "I came close enough once. I'm going to come back in one piece. So will Ichigo." "Fuck it all," Ryakan murmured, sounding frustrated. He looked like he had something to say, something important, yet no clue how to say it. "Just, go and get it, all right? I need to get some sleep, anyhow." Masaka turned toward the staircase leading to the attic. Just before she took the first step up, she stopped, and called out to him, already having turned and started walking away. Ryukin. Immediately, he turned around, and looked at her. Though he had grown older, she saw the same young man that had grown up with her in that old house, always by her side, always there. "I'm going to come back," she said, "and when I do, you're coming to dinner at our place. No excuses." There was a flash of relief on his face, almost something like a smile, then he grumbled something inaudible and turned away. Masaka smiled in the dark, as she made her way up. "It was good, catching up. So he just gave it to you?" Uriah said incredulously. "The cheap old man wouldn't even give me allowance when I was growing up." "He has a soft spot for me, your father," Masaka said. "He really isn't as bad as you think." Yeah. Uriah grumbled, and Masaka smiled. They really were quite alike. "The glove," Uriah said, clearly eager to change the subject. "Yes, right," Masaka said. "Do you know how it works?" "What grandfather told me, you put it on, and it makes all forms of Ryutsu manipulation that much more difficult. It requires a minimum of 1 week intensive training to master. If successful, one's grasp of manipulation becomes much stronger. It does nothing to amplify your power, but everything to strengthen what you already have. And if you take it off, you gain a temporary surge in power, but lose your powers altogether. Forever." "Almost," Masaka said, casually sliding her glove onto her bow hand. "It's not actually permanent. Not if you're careful. Still, I wouldn't recommend taking it off unless you absolutely have to." There was a look of surprise on her face, as the effect of the glove became apparent to her. "Son of a BBisting, frick," she mumbled. "This really does make a mess of things." Uriah hesitated a second, then firmly slid his glove on. Instantly, all his control seemed to dissipate, the strands of Ryutsu that were normally so simple to grasp begun to slip away. It felt like somebody had put a yoke on his shoulders, and now he had to learn to move with it on. "Well," Masaka said, forcing a smile, "let's get started, shall we? Check the description for the links to the author."